Chapter 770. Lei Xingfeng withdrew his true body. In an instant, he saw that his palm was also suffused with a faint multicolored light. He hurriedly took out a mirror and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His face was already a mess. Not only was it multicolored, but the light was also moving around, making him unrecognizable. With a multicolored face, Lei Xingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, in the world of cultivators, no one would pay attention to this. Of course, even if they did, they would only be curious about how it was formed. Those who knew about the seven-colored light would also know that this guy had been cleansed by the seven-colored water. They probably couldn't wait to be envious, so why would they laugh at the light spots on his face? Lei Xingfeng quickly relaxed. In fact, this was a habit brought over from his previous life. Although he was also an ordinary person in his previous life with an ordinary face, he still didn't want his face to be multicolored. How could he go out and meet people like that? But this life was different. In this life, most of the people he came into contact with were cultivators. Ordinary people rarely saw them. Cultivators cared about strength and cultivation. Looking back at the seven-colored light ball, Lei Xingfeng sighed inwardly. He didn't know why such a thing existed. It had already been more than a day. He couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to move forward. Just the seven-colored light alone was worth the trouble. Moreover, he didn't know what treasures were waiting for him ahead. After passing through the seven-colored light ball, Lei Xingfeng continued to move forward. He walked into the depths of the canyon. After walking for a few hundred meters, they came to a huge bend. The steep cliffs on both sides narrowed, forming a passage about 10 meters wide. After turning the bend, they didn't walk too far before they saw a huge cave entrance. Under the three cliffs, there was a huge cave entrance about 100 meters tall in the middle of the cliff that blocked the way. Lei Xingfeng was surprised. He didn't think that there would be a cave entrance. Could it be that the so-called chapter of death was the world inside the cave entrance? After hesitating for a moment, Lei Xingfeng still walked to the side of the huge hole. The hole was 100 meters tall and 300 meters wide. It was a huge flat hole and looked like a monster with its mouth wide open. Similarly, Lei Xingfeng discovered traces of restrictions. This place had also been destroyed by someone. The entire restriction had been erased. It should have been done by a certain Almighty. Since they found traces of restrictions, there should be something good inside. Otherwise, others wouldn't have rushed in. Lei Xingfeng gritted his teeth and walked in. The light outside was very dim, and the inside of the cave was even darker. However, this did not hinder Lei Xingfeng. His eyes were different from others. He could see without the help of light. Although it was not very clear, it was better than people who could not see anything with their eyes open. A ball of lightning rose up and hovered in front of Lei Xingfeng. Only then did he walk into the cave. This was a passage that led downward. The most amazing thing was that the entrance was the narrowest part of the cave. After entering, it became even wider. Countless stalagmite-like things hung down. The surrounding environment could be seen clearly under the illumination of the lightning. The entire cave walls were suffused with a faint silver light under the illumination of the lightning. Lei Xingfeng carefully looked around. As he walked down, the traces of restrictions in the surroundings became more obvious. There were even some remnants of restrictions in some places. Of course, Lei Xingfeng would not touch them. The passageway sloped downwards rapidly, with a slope of 50 to 60 degrees. It was already a very steep slope. There were traces of water on the ground, but now it was abnormally dry. Walking in the passageway, the sound of footsteps echoed in the cave. The ground was suffused with a silver light because of the illumination of the lightning. However, Lei Xingfeng knew that this was a mineral vein. However, he didn't know what this mineral vein was. His instincts told him that it wasn't anything special, so he ignored it for the time being. But as he went deeper, the silver light on the ground began to be mixed with golden light spots. At this time, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to ignore it. With his experience in collecting materials and mineral deposits, this was a sign of a good mineral vein. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. There were so many treasures here, so it wasn't strange for a precious mineral vein to appear. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't want to dig it up for the time being. Even if he wanted to dig it up, he wouldn't do it himself. He would let the cultivators of the mirror realm dig it up. His attention was on the treasures, especially the 7-colored water and 7-colored light. These treasures could greatly improve his cultivation and combat strength. This was what Lei Xingfeng needed. He would leave the mineral vein to the people of the mirror realm. After all, he had the right to distribute it. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng heard the sound of water dripping. He couldn't help but be curious. It was very dry here. After a few turns, he continued to go down. Then he heard the sound of water rushing. He knew that there was an underground river below. Soon, an extremely wide underground river appeared. The water surface was several hundred meters wide, and in some places, it was even 1,000 meters wide. Pressed down by the cliffs above, the water flow was extremely fast. It roared as it flowed downwards. Under the illumination of the lightning, the water in the underground river appeared to be a faint red. Lei Xingfeng squatted by the underground river and reached out to grab a handful of water. He only glanced at it for a moment before he raised his hand and sprinkled the water. Countless lightning flashed in his hand. He rubbed his hands hard and cursed, "What the hell is this?" There were countless needle-sized red dots in the water. When Lei Xingfeng reached out to grab the water, the red dots tried to drill into his skin. Lei Xingfeng was startled. The lightning flashed and the red dots were instantly killed. Lei Xingfeng looked at the underground river with lingering fear. He didn't know what strange things were in the river. Just as he was thinking, a huge body suddenly revealed its back in the underground river. Just this back alone scared Lei Xingfeng so much that he released his real body. In an instant, his real body appeared. Fortunately, the space here was high enough and wide enough to accommodate the existence of his real body. Because he had just been cleansed by the rainbow light on his body still existed. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was a large body of light. He illuminated the entire underground river, but it also attracted the attention of the monsters swimming in the river. To the monsters in the underground river, such a large luminous object was obviously a treasure. How could it let go of this chance? The monster had already swam a distance away. It suddenly turned around and swam towards Lei Xingfeng. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. It was originally fine, but because he was nervous and released his real body, he attracted the attention of the monsters in the river. Before he could feel frustrated, the monster rushed towards him at an incredible speed. In the water, its back was upright, drawing a line of blood on the surface of the water. It was moving against the current, so its speed was terrifying. Lei Xingfeng's body emitted lightning. At this moment, it was no longer up to him. He had to fight even if he didn't want to. This thing only revealed its blade-like back, but it made Lei Xingfeng wary. Therefore, after he released his real body, he took a few steps back. He was about 10 meters away from the underground river. He was also afraid of being dragged into the river. That was the monster's home ground. On the shore, he firmly believed in his own strength. Although he hadn't fought, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Boom! The entire surface of the water exploded. A black shadow jumped out of the water and directly pounced on Lei Xingfeng. With Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, he could only see a ferocious face. There were also 2 huge claws that were grabbing towards his shoulders. Lei Xingfeng slightly bent his body. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his palm and fiercely met the attack. At the moment of contact, Lei Xingfeng's body trembled. However, his 2 palms clasped the monster's claws. Because Lei Xingfeng was using his real body's palms, his palms were extremely large. They were about the same size as the monster's claws. Tightly holding the monster's claws, A thick electric current was shot out from his real body's mouth. The electric current this time was different. It was several times stronger than an ordinary electric current. In addition, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin had been strengthened and his real body had been cleansed. This kind of powerful strength was able to firmly control the monster's attack. This thick electric current directly struck the monster's head. In an instant, the monster trembled violently. The electric current was extremely harmful to it. This was especially so for a monster that grew up in an underground river. It was born with the dark element. It had almost no resistance to electric current. In this life, it was probably the first time it had seen the power of electric current. One electric current wasn't enough. Lei Xingfeng opened his mouth and spat out 3 electric currents. Because his palms were tightly clasping the monster's claws, the monster had no way of dodging. It took the attack of the 3 electric currents head-on. The monster couldn't even make a sound. A thick smell of barbecued meat wafted out. Lei Xingfeng shot out 3 electric currents. He exerted strength with both hands and dragged the monster back. He was determined to drag the monster to the shore. In any case, he couldn't let it go back into the water. Once it went back into the water, he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to this kind of aquatic monster. The 3 electric currents paralyzed the monster's body. Its body stiffened and it couldn't struggle. Lei Xingfeng dragged it out of the water step by step. Its huge body was definitely not inferior to an astral beast. It was more than 300 meters long. It was dark red in color and had a strong fishy smell. Coupled with the smell of meat that came from the electric current, it was nauseating. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng's main body was hidden in his real body. He couldn't smell this smell. When most of the monster's body was dragged out of the water, it gradually recovered. Lei Xingfeng could feel from its 2 claws that the monster was beginning to struggle. Roar! Lei Xingfeng opened his mouth and shot out another electric current. With a loud bang, it smashed into the monster's head. If the monster could cry, it would definitely cry. It clearly saw a treasure. How could it be beaten half to death? Exhilarating suddenly loosened his hands and smashed down with his fist. Boom! Kacha! The monster's head hit the ground with a loud kacha sound. Chapter 771. Following that was another punch. Lei Xingfeng realized that his fist seemed to have become incomparably powerful and extremely tough. If he had used all his strength before, his fist would have shown signs of collapsing. But now, he felt that the effect of this punch was extremely good. Boom! Kacha kacha! Lei Xingfeng really used all his strength in this punch. Even Lei Yin let out a slight vibration. Traces of electricity jumped on Lei Yin's body. The strength of this punch was so great that it directly smashed half of the monster's head. The monster didn't even have time to struggle. Large amounts of foul blood spurted out, and its body trembled non-stop. Lei Xingfeng didn't stop at all. Another punch landed on the monster's head, and a fist mark appeared on it. Like beating a drum or chopping meat, Lei Xingfeng's fists fell like raindrops. In just 7 or 8 punches, the monster's head was smashed into pieces. Lei Xingfeng heaved a sigh of relief and let go of the broken head. He stood up and used his huge feet to poke the monster. This thing was completely motionless. Because half of the monster's body was in the water, when the monster died, the water suddenly boiled. The sound was even more terrifying. Lei Xingfeng grabbed the monster's body and pulled it out of the water. Then, he saw a shocking scene. Countless tiny red dots were completely attached to the monster's skin, forming a thick layer of red membrane. In just a few breaths, the red dots grew rapidly. They were about to bite through the monster's skin and burrow into it. Lei Xingfeng's scalp tingled. He had a natural dislike for things that were densely packed together. After a while, thumb-sized red worms appeared and grew rapidly. At a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, they spread up the monster's body. Lei Xingfeng took a few steps back and watched with his eyes wide open. For a moment, he was stunned. It was too terrifying. Even though Lei Xingfeng was a high-level monarch rank cultivator, he was still instinctively afraid of these things. A bolt of lightning struck down. Instantly, countless red worms tumbled down and died. However, even more red worms fought to burrow into the monster's body. In less than an hour, red worms that were as thick as an arm and 2 feet long, like small snakes, burrowed in and out of the monster's head. Seeing this, Lei Xingfeng felt like vomiting. It was too disgusting. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if these things were valuable, they were now worthless. They were all eaten up by these red worms. The monster's body, as time passed, it shriveled. Lei Xingfeng could even hear the sound of the worms eating. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Those red worms quickly ate the entire monster, leaving nothing behind. Then, they began to eat each other. This speed was absolutely terrifying. In just a moment, red worms that were a few meters long appeared. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to withdraw his real body. Instead, he continued to take a few steps back. Holding back his disgust, he calmly observed. He wanted to see what the result would be. Thousands of red worms that were 7 to 8 meters long tore at each other and entangled with each other. They formed a mountain of flesh that was quickly squirming. Lei Xingfeng watched with his mouth agape. In less than an hour, a few dozen-meter-long monsters reappeared. They were still fighting with each other, trying to eat each other. Lei Xingfeng couldn't understand. Was this how the monsters were reborn? Just as he was wondering, a victorious monster swallowed its last comrade. This red worm had become a huge monster. However, compared to the previous monster, it was still much smaller. It was only a little more than 100 meters long. After it finished eating its comrade, it glanced at Lei Xingfeng. Then, it slid into the water and left quietly. Lei Xingfeng saw fear and horror in its eyes. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't attack it. He watched it leave. After a while, he withdrew his real body and muttered to himself, "What the F***ck is this monster? It's too weird." However, Lei Xingfeng decided not to provoke them. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but that they were too disgusting. "Those are blood worms." A voice came. Lei Xingfeng was so scared that he immediately released his real body. He turned around and couldn't help but complain, "Senior, can you not scare me like that?" Xing Feng walked in. This guy's body was also shining with 7 colored light spots. It was obvious that he had refined his real body in the 7 colored light. Xing Feng said, "I'm not scaring you. This bloodworm is also a kind of treasure. It's just that you can't use it yourself. It's a worm that harms people." Lei Xingfeng asked, "What do you mean?" Xing Feng said, "If this worm is thrown into the river, all living things will be eaten. This river will become a river of death. Normal cultivators won't be able to withstand it. If a cultivator is eaten, then a powerful monster will be born." Lei Xingfeng finally reacted. He asked, "Senior, how did you get here so quickly?" Xing Feng said with lingering fear, "If I didn't hurry, I would have died in there. My real body has already been invaded by the dark element. If it wasn't for the 7-colored light, I would have been finished. I wouldn't have been able to hold on for long." The dark element was useless to Lei Xingfeng, but to most cultivators, it was an extremely abnormal existence. Once invaded by the dark element, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of it. Fortunately, there was the 7-colored light not far away. It could cleanse the real body and cleanse the dark element. Otherwise, Xing Feng would have been troubled. It was possible that he would have been poisoned to death by the dark element. Xing Feng took out a bottle and went to the underground river to get some water. Then, he carefully sealed it. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "What do you want this for?" Xing Feng said, "This is also a treasure. Don't you think so?" Lei Xingfeng thought about it and agreed. This was a treasure that could harm people. Since he had encountered it, he had to take some of it. The most important thing was to keep it safe. However, he still had some doubts. He asked, Won't the bloodworms die if they're sealed in the bottle? Xing Feng said, they will die. However, the dead bloodworms will be quickly eaten by other bloodworms. Then, another bloodworm will be born. When they're young, they won't be able to grow, but they'll multiply endlessly. Lei Xingfeng didn't say anything and immediately took out a bottle of bloodworms. He used a glass bottle, so he could clearly see the bloodworms in the water. They were extremely tiny red dots, which made people's hair stand on end. Xing Feng asked, "You should have encountered the blood sorrow beast just now, right?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know if it was the blood sorrow beast. After I killed it, its corpse was eaten by these bloodworms. Then, an identical monster appeared. The only difference was that it was much smaller than before. It slipped into the water and escaped." Xing Feng clapped and said, "That's right, that's the blood sorrow beast. It'll multiply endlessly and can come back from the dead." Lei Xingfeng said, "Are there any materials we need from the blood sorrow beast?" He was still very concerned about this. He was too surprised just now, so he was too late and let the bloodworms take advantage of him. Xing Feng said, "No, it's not valuable. It's useless." Hearing this answer, Lei Xingfeng was relieved. If it was valuable, he would probably regret it. Lei Xingfeng said, "How should we go? Do you know?" Xing Feng said, "I've heard a little about it. It's said that those who can enter the underground are all experts. Everyone who can enter will have a good harvest." Lei Xingfeng said, "How should we go?" Xing Feng said, "You have no patience at all. Go against the flow, not down. That's the saying. As for whether it's right or wrong, it's up to us." Lei Xingfeng asked, "Why should we go against the flow?" "I always feel that it's better to go with the flow. The deeper we go, the more different it will be. If we go against the flow, we'll return to the surface, right?" Xing Feng muttered to himself. In fact, he wasn't sure if this was just a rumor. After thinking for a while, he said, "Logically speaking, what you said makes more sense. But legends aren't groundless. There's always some basis for it." Lei Xingfeng said, "How about this? I'll go downstream and you go upstream?" Xing Feng hesitated. He knew the benefits of following Lei Xingfeng. After a while, he said, "Let's go together. We'll go downstream and see if we can get through. If we can't, we'll go up." Lei Xingfeng didn't mind. He said, "Okay, we'll probably have to fly across. I've observed for a while. Some places have banks, while others don't." Xing Feng said, "Yes, we can only fly across. But we have to be careful on the river surface. Watch out for the attacks of the blood sorrow beasts. According to the size of this underground river, there should be a lot of them. If they suddenly jump out of the water without our real bodies, it'll be very dangerous." Lei Xingfeng had seen the attacks of the blood sorrow beasts. They were really fast. Once they pounced, if they weren't prepared, they might fall into the river. Thinking about the dense blood worms in the river, his heart trembled. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was disgusted. The two of them flew into the air and tried their best to fly close to the top of the rocks above the underground river. This way, if the blood sorrow beasts pounced out, they would still have room to maneuver. They carefully flew to the top of the cave wall. They were about 600 to 700 meters away from the underground river. The space here was really big, so from the surface of the river they were just two small black dots. Normally, the blood sorrow beasts in the river wouldn't be able to see them. As they flew forward, Lei Xingfeng gradually realized that the top of the rock was gradually slanting downward. Soon, they were less than 200 meters away from the surface of the water. They could already clearly see the surging underground river. The river water here had faint red bubbles. Especially the reefs in the underground river, where white bubbles should have appeared, they were all covered in red bubbles. They were all red worms. They didn't know how many blood worms there were in this underground river. As they continued to fly forward, the top of the rock was getting lower and lower. As they got closer to the surface of the river, Xing Feng began to hesitate. He said, "We're too close to the surface of the water. Lei Xingfeng also realized that something was wrong. If the blood sorrow beasts pounced out from less than 100 meters away, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. Chapter 772. Both of them flew to the side. They had no choice. Flying above the middle of the underground river was a clear target. Even if the blood sorrow beast wasn't hungry, it would probably pounce on them. Therefore, the two gradually flew to the edge of the river and slowed down. Coincidentally, there was a very long river bank in front of them. Xing Feng landed first. Looking at the top of the river, which was only a dozen meters above the surface, he said, "If there is no river bank, flying above like this is the best target. No wonder no one is going downstream. They are probably afraid of being attacked by the blood sorrow beast." Lei Xingfeng shook his head. Although the blood sorrow beast is ferocious and the blood worms in the underground river are terrifying, don't you think that with our strength we would be afraid? It's just a little troublesome. I think there must be another reason why they don't go downstream. The two landed on the river bank and walked along it. Xing Feng nodded. Yes, that might be the case. He thought about it and agreed that although the blood sorrow beast was ferocious, it wasn't to the extent that he would be afraid of it. Walking along the river bank felt much better. Being down to earth was a human's habit. Even though both of them were cultivators, walking on solid ground felt better than flying, especially in a place where danger lurked in every corner. Lei Xingfeng finally noticed that there was a layer of blood-red stones on the ground. They looked like pebbles and were of different sizes. He picked one up and played with it. Xing Feng glanced at it and said, "Bloodstone. You don't need it anymore. Low-level cultivators can use it. Their seals should be able to absorb this material, no matter what attribute it is." With this, Lei Xingfeng set the coordinates of this place in the mirror world. He didn't need it, but the cultivators in the mirror world did. He asked, "What's the use of it?" Xing Feng said, "I don't remember clearly. I think it can strengthen the structure of the seal. Yes, for low-level cultivators, it's a rare treasure." Lei Xingfeng walked and collected the stones. It wouldn't delay their journey anyway. Xing Feng asked curiously, "What do you want it for? Do you have any juniors?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't need it now, but it might be useful in the future. I'd rather pick up the wrong one than let it go." Xing Feng shook his head. He couldn't understand it at all. However, he didn't want to dwell on it. The two of them walked along the river bank for several thousand meters. Gradually, the river bank started to narrow. The distance from the water surface decreased from several hundred meters to only a dozen meters. The height of the river bank was still acceptable, reaching more than 100 meters. This road was quite strange. It was sometimes big and sometimes small. Overall, the space was still very wide. When the riverbank was less than 10 meters wide, Lei Xingfeng said, "We can fly now. It's better to fly than to walk along the riverbank." The two of them flew up again. They were able to fly more than 100 meters above the surface of the river, which was safer than the shore. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng said, "There was a restriction here. Damn it, there is a restriction here too." Xing Feng was so scared that he hovered in the air, asking, "Is there a prohibition formation ahead?" Lei Xingfeng said, "There used to be one, but it was destroyed. There are some remnants of it." Xing Feng said, "Can you speak more clearly? It's very scary." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I'm not trying to scare you. There is indeed a remnant restriction here, but it can't be used anymore. It seems like there is a powerful restriction ahead." Xing Feng said, "I hope the restriction isn't too crazy. It's best if it isn't of the dark element. Other restrictions are fine, but if it's of the dark element, I don't dare to go in." Lei Xingfeng knew that the underground restriction was most likely of the dark element. The two of them flew along. From time to time, they would see the backs of blood sorrowful beasts in the river. However, they weren't very big. It seemed like they wouldn't pounce out yet. The two of them became even more careful. Finally, they encountered a restriction. This restriction was half broken. With Lei Xingfeng's eyesight, he immediately saw through it. The outer restriction was completely destroyed, and the restriction under the river was half broken. The water here was abnormally red. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng both knew that this red color meant that there were countless bloodworms moving inside. Xing Feng looked carefully and said, "These are no longer crimson worms. These are bloodthirsty worms. They are much more ferocious than crimson worms. Their food is crimson worms, but their reproductive ability is not as good as crimson worms." Lei Xingfeng said, "What's the difference between bloodworms and bloodworms?" Xing Feng said, "Bloodworms attack instinctively, while bloodworms attack consciously." There was a waterfall below. Not long after, they saw the surging river water pouring down in torrents. The water mist rose a few hundred meters high, all the way to the top of the cave. This water mist was also bright red. Under the illumination of the lightning, it made one's scalp tingle and feel uncomfortable. The bloodworms rose with the water mist and fell with the water mist. This formed a blockade wall. Lei Xingfeng thought about it and realized that this place was shrouded in a restriction. Once the restriction was activated, this water mist would definitely be a good tool to kill people. It could silently turn an expert into nothingness. Of course, if one was prepared, it would be hard for the bloodworms to succeed. The great expert that destroyed the restrictions had probably suffered from the mist. Separated by the mist, the restrictions at the top of the waterfall were all destroyed, but the restrictions at the bottom of the waterfall were still there. With Xing Feng's eyesight, of course he would be able to discern it. The two didn't dare to fly over the waterfall. They only dared to fly to one side. There was a bank on the side which was only 10 meters wide. It was also dangerous. However, the two landed on the bank and could release their real bodies. They couldn't release their real bodies at full strength. They could only release a little to protect their real bodies. The real bodies were very fragile and couldn't resist the corrosion of the bloodworms. However, the real bodies could effectively resist. Before the real bodies were destroyed, the real bodies were very safe. The two relied on their real bodies to jump down from the waterfall. With their real bodies they couldn't fly. They could only jump down to avoid being targeted by the bloodworms. They didn't dare to jump down from the center of the waterfall, but they still dared to jump down from the edge. As for what was below, it was too deep and they couldn't see clearly. As for whether to jump or not, the two discussed for a long time and decided to jump. They couldn't turn back now, right? Lei Xingfeng said, "Me first? Or you first?" Xing Feng was generous. His strength was indeed much higher than Lei Xingfeng's, so he said, "I'll do it. After all, I have more experience than you. I'll jump down. After 10 minutes, you jump down. I'll be responsible for guarding." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay." Xing Feng didn't hesitate. His real body suddenly expanded to more than 100 meters and jumped down. Lei Xingfeng listened carefully, but other than the roar of the waterfall, he couldn't hear anything else. He couldn't help but feel cold. He didn't know how deep this thing was. He thought, "Damn, I won't fall to my death, right? Why isn't there any sound?" Just as he thought of this, a muffled sound came, scaring Lei Xingfeng. How high did it have to be for the sound to reach him? It was no wonder he was afraid. From his experience in his previous life, jumping down from a height of more than 10 meters was called suicide. However, Lei Xingfeng quickly reacted. He wasn't an ordinary person. He wasn't a powerless guy like in his previous life. He was a high-level monarch king cultivator. His strength was super strong. This height was nothing. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lei Xingfeng gritted his teeth and expanded his real body to the maximum. He jumped down. He only felt the wind whistling in his ears. Dozens of seconds later, his legs finally touched the ground. With a loud explosion, his legs were directly inserted into the rock. However, with his strength, his real body was intact. Then, he saw a shocking scene. Xing Feng's real body was bright red. That was because countless bloodthirsty insects were attached to it. Lei Xingfeng said. Hurry up and get rid of it. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw his real body. It was as if he was stepping on dye. The bright red color spread up his legs. However, he quickly realized why Xing Feng didn't move. It was because he was observing. Even the bloodthirsty insects couldn't do anything to a real body made of energy. Especially after being cleansed by the rainbow light, there was no chance. As long as the real body wasn't exposed, the bloodthirsty insects wouldn't have any chance. However, Lei Xingfeng couldn't stand seeing the bloodthirsty insects spreading to his body. That kind of feeling of disgust came out. He couldn't stop it at all. He shouted. The surface of his real body suddenly emitted lightning. There was a crackling sound and a burning smell. The bright red bloodthirsty insects on his real body suddenly emitted bursts of green smoke. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't stay here. Let's move forward." Xing Feng's real body emitted a large amount of flames. In an instant, the bloodthirsty insects were burned to ashes. The two of them, one in front and one behind, waded forward along the river. Countless bloodthirsty insects followed in the water. The water behind them churned. Large groups of bloodthirsty insects were looking for an opportunity. Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, stop. There will be a restriction soon." Xing Feng immediately stopped moving. Of course, he didn't dare to recklessly charge into the restriction. Lei Xingfeng's real body once again emitted lightning, eliminating all the bloodthirsty insects that climbed up. He then said, "I need to observe. At least half of this restriction has been destroyed. Its power has also weakened a lot. This restriction relies on this underground river and the bloodthirsty insects in it. It shouldn't be too troublesome." With Lei Xingfeng's knowledge, he naturally understood that these bloodthirsty insects were unexpected and were a great killing weapon. If they drilled into one's body, not to mention that there were countless of them here, it was simply impossible to count. In this place, only by using the real body to protect one's body could the bloodthirsty insects be isolated. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng were very clear about this. Therefore, the two of them weren't afraid. Once they entered and couldn't escape, the two of them appeared unusually carefree. After putting everything down, the two of them relaxed. One of them used flames and the other used lightning. No matter how many bloodthirsty insects there were, they would be killed and isolated. The bloodthirsty insects simply couldn't harm the two of them. Lei Xingfeng observed for a long time and said, "There's no other way. We can only force our way in. I know a few places that are the key points of the restriction. They must be destroyed." Chapter 773. Xing Feng said, "Does destroying it mean destroying the entire seal?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It is not enough to destroy the entire seal, but it is enough to render it useless." Xing Feng nodded and said, "That's good. I will do it. Give me some pointers." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "That is easy." Both of them released their strongest true forms. Lei Xingfeng said, "There is no technique. From this position, just charge forward. If you encounter any obstacles, just destroy them." Xing Feng smiled and said, "That is easy. Alright, you lead the way." Lei Xingfeng said, "If we go in this direction, we will probably enter the deep water region. I wonder if our true forms can walk?" Xing Feng said, "Our true forms are heavy. Don't worry, watch me." Following Lei Xingfeng's direction, he charged forward. Almost instantly, the seal was activated. Lei Xingfeng followed closely behind Xing Feng. He could not lose sight of Xing Feng. Fortunately, his true forms were huge. It was difficult to lose sight of him, especially since Lei Xingfeng had a pair of powerful eyes. Xing Feng relied on his powerful true forms. Especially after being refined by the seven-colored light, his true forms were extremely powerful. Any seal attack that landed on his true forms were basically ineffective. Even Lei Xingfeng, who was following him, benefited a lot. This was because Lei Xingfeng did not attack. He just followed Xing Feng and pointed out the direction. 2 steps to the left. 1 step forward. 3 steps to the right. Attack. Boom. 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 Instantly, one of the seal hubs was destroyed. Instantly, the power of the seal weakened again. The surroundings were red. When the thunder and lightning exploded, the red receded like the tide. After giving 2 pointers to Xing Feng and destroying 2 seal hubs, the entire seal started to collapse. Then, Lei Xingfeng pointed out another key point. Xing Feng smashed it with a punch. The remaining seal collapsed. Xing Feng smiled and said, "That was easy." Actually, he knew in his heart that if it wasn't for Lei Xingfeng's guidance, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the seal so quickly. The two of them waited until the entire restriction collapsed before they realized that they were standing in the center of the underground river. Due to the size of their true bodies, the water flow was at their waists, and there were bright red streaks constantly extending up. Once they were about to reach their shoulders, Lei Xingfeng released a bolt of lightning that rolled from head to toe, instantly eliminating countless bloodthirsty bugs. Xing Feng, on the other hand, emitted a faint layer of flames. Even the river water couldn't stop the flames from burning. It could also wipe out the bloodthirsty insect. However, there were too many bloodthirsty insects in the underground river. They simply couldn't kill them all. Therefore, the two of them were anxious to go ashore. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng said, "It seems like trouble is coming." Xing Feng looked back and saw 3 gigantic backs coming out of the water like submarines. These were the 3 blood-sorrowful beasts charging over. They were all big guys. They are very difficult to deal with in the water. Feng, you go ashore and cover me. I'll stop them for a while." With a punch, the entire river water exploded, creating a path that went straight for the blood-sorrowful beast at the front. Lei Xingfeng used all his strength to walk towards the riverbank. Due to the rapid current, it was quite difficult to walk. Fortunately, his true body was heavy, and the power of the river water couldn't carry him. He slowly walked to the riverbank and tried his best to climb up. The riverbank here was much higher than the surface of the river. Due to the size of his true body, it was much easier to climb. Standing on the riverbank, Lei Xingfeng let out a sigh of relief. He looked up and saw Xing Feng throwing out punch after punch. At the same time, he slowly retreated towards the riverbank. However, his speed was extremely slow. The 3 blood-sorrowful beasts were extremely nimble in the water. Although Xing Feng's true body was powerful, he often missed. Although it looked powerful, its effect was limited. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the riverbank and hit one of the blood-sorrowful beasts. In an instant, the blood-sorrowful beast's body stiffened. Xing Feng's punch landed on its head and it crashed into the water. Xing Feng laughed loudly, "Ha ha, good! Let's do it!" Bolts of lightning shot out from the riverbank and hit the blood-sorrowful beast's back. The originally nimble blood-sorrowful beasts slowed down, giving Xing Feng an opportunity. He slowly retreated to the riverbank and then climbed up. A layer of flame ignited and quickly cleaned up the blood-sorrowful beasts on his true body. Xing Feng then said, "All right, it's fine now. They won't dare to come up, hee." The blood-sorrowful beasts weren't stupid. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage of the situation and that the opponent was too strong, they swam a few laps in the river and quietly disappeared. Lei Xingfeng said, "They ran away." Xing Feng laughed, "What else can they do? Rush up to their deaths?" Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, it's good that they left. Let's continue forward. I feel like there's something up ahead. Maybe there's something good." Xing Feng said, "Thanks for your auspicious words. Hopefully we can find something good. But this time, it's already worth it. I didn't expect there to be 7-colored light before. Haha, I finally got to cleanse my true body. This is too important for me." Lei Xingfeng said, "I didn't know it was 7-colored light. But I was lucky and found the benefits for my true body. Haha, so I didn't miss it." Xing Feng said, "You know what? The benefits of being the first to cleanse are much greater than mine. What a pity, I should have been the first to challenge the formation." Lei Xingfeng laughed. Who knows if it's 7-colored light or dark light inside? So, it's a matter of luck, not strength. Xingfeng said, that's enough. Don't take it for granted. Consider yourself lucky. As Lei Xingfeng's strength rose, the two gradually became friends. Lei Xingfeng was no longer passive, so the two often joked around. Because the restriction was broken easily and the two didn't suffer any losses in the underground river, they were in a good mood and joked around. The two of them retracted their true forms and continued their journey downstream. At this time, the underground river was already very deep into the ground. The further they walked, the wider it became. Exhilarating was already used to it. No matter how strange the terrain was, after seeing the large crack where the sky and earth were solid, he was already used to it. He had even seen a terrain where the sky and earth were solid. What kind of terrain could make him feel strange? So, the space around them began to expand rapidly. The underground river originally occupied the main space, but now a huge flat space appeared. The underground river became a real river, and the two sides spread out. They couldn't see the end. Lei Xingfeng said, "We're finally out." Xingfeng's eyes lit up. He said, "Is this the so-called death chapter?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know. Maybe." Xingfeng said, "It's either upstream or downstream. In any case, it's not on the surface." Lei Xingfeng said, "Who cares if it's the death chapter? It's fine as long as there's a treasure." Xingfeng nodded in agreement. "That's right. Haha, it's fine as long as there's a treasure. It's best if it's something we can use. It's too hard to find." Lei Xingfeng didn't have this problem, but Xingfeng had a serious problem. He was stuck on materials, which was why he was in such a difficult situation. This was also why he was so eager to enter the fantasy sky realm. Xingfeng and Lei Xingfeng rushed forward. Soon, the two reached a high ground. Looking down, Lei Xingfeng was surprised to see that the underground river had become a network of rivers. In this underground world, there were countless networks like a huge fishing net. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's really spectacular." This place wasn't like the cave, where it was completely dark. However, there was a dim light here. They didn't know where the light came from, but they could vaguely see some things. For Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng, they could see clearly. After all, their strength was different. Lei Xingfeng's eyes were sharp. He pointed to the distance and said, "Look, what's that?" Xingfeng stared at it for a long time. He said, "Smoke?" Lei Xingfeng said, "The smoke won't disperse. It can move by itself. It's even swaying left and right." Xingfeng stared for a long time and shook his head. "I can't see clearly. We'll only know when we get there. Do you want to go take a look?" Moving things always attracted people's attention. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, let's go see what it is." The two of them went down the high slope and ran forward. They still didn't fly here. They only flew over when they encountered the river. Lei Xingfeng saw countless restrictions here, but most of them were destroyed. This gave him a bad feeling. This meant that someone had been here before them. If it was a long time ago, it would be fine. If it was recently, it would be more troublesome. He believed that no good things would be left behind. They ran all the way and soon approached the smoke that Xingfeng mentioned. Across the river, Lei Xingfeng said, "It really looks like smoke." The green smoke was constantly gathering and dispersing. However, upon closer inspection, Lei Xingfeng discovered the mystery. He said, "Damn, it's not smoke. It's insects." Xingfeng also understood. He said, "That's right. It's smoke formed by insects gathering together." Lei Xingfeng said, "I can't stand this stuff. Let's go. Don't look." Xingfeng grabbed Lei Xingfeng and said, "Don't rush. Wait." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "What? Did you find something?" This was the only reason that made sense. He believed that these insects were useless. Xingfeng said, "Look at the smoke formed by the insects. What's underneath?" Lei Xingfeng charged lightning into his eyes. Suddenly, a foot-long silver light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a dazzling green light flashed in front of him. He cried out, "Good stuff! What is it?" His words were contradictory, but Xing Feng understood. In other words, there was something good on the ground, but he didn't know what treasure it was. Lei Xingfeng knew very well that he lacked knowledge about the materials needed by high-level cultivators. Xing Feng said, "I don't know now, but maybe we'll know when we get there. Anyway, I think it's something good. Maybe it's something that I can use." Chapter 774. Both of them released their seals and released their true forms. Their huge true forms immediately alerted the smoke formed by the bugs in the distance. In an instant, the smoke dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Lei Xingfeng and Xing Feng did not care. They forced their way across the river and walked over. When the two of them approached the dazzling green, they withdrew their true forms almost at the same time. There should be no problem here. However, in Lei Xingfeng's eyes, what he saw was a dazzling green. If he did not use the lightning in his eyes, the ground in front of him was a slender plant that looked like a bean sprout. Strictly speaking, this thing was not a sprout of a plant, but a strange substance. Lei Xingfeng squatted down and said, "What is this?" Xing Feng also squatted down and said, "Jade sprouts. There really is such a treasure. Haha, this is what I want." Lei Xingfeng said, "There are a lot of jade sprouts in this area. What is the use of jade sprouts? How do we collect them?" He reached out to touch the jade sprouts. Xing Feng grabbed Lei Xingfeng's hand and said, "Don't touch it, don't touch it. You'll be finished if you touch it." Lei Xingfeng said, "What do you mean?" Xing Feng said, "You can't pick it with your hands. As long as your hands touch the jade sprouts, they will immediately turn into powder. At that time, it will be too late for you to cry." Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. He said, "Ah? Is that so? But how do we collect them? And what is the use of this thing?" Xing Feng said, "You have to use your seal to collect them. However much you need, the seal will automatically collect. You can't keep them. These jade sprouts rely on the bugs you saw just now to grow. Without those bugs, these jade sprouts will quickly disappear. As for what use they are, you will know after you collect them with your seal." Lei Xingfeng immediately released Lei Yin. Xing Feng also released her seal. Suddenly, the jade sprouts on the ground flew up one by one and were directly absorbed by the seal. Lei Xingfeng had been paying attention. He found that after absorbing about a few hundred tiny jade sprouts, the seal stopped collecting them. He then looked at Xing Feng and saw that his seal was still crazily absorbing them. The jade sprouts flew up like flying needles and entered the seal one by one. Lei Xingfeng tried to let Lei Yin absorb more, but Lei Yin did not move. No more jade sprouts flew up. He was depressed. Why couldn't he collect them? Strange. Lei Xingfeng tasted Lei Yin and finally understood. This thing increased one's lifespan. Xing Feng's lifespan was limited, so he had to absorb a lot of jade sprouts. Lei Xingfeng still had a long lifespan, so he couldn't absorb much. At this moment, Lei Xingfeng thought of Ah Yi and Jean Dia. They had almost used up their lifespan. The only reason they were still alive was because of the increase in their cultivation. This was a good thing. He carefully left the coordinates in the mirror realm. After a while, Xing Feng withdrew his seal and said, "Haha, my biggest hidden danger has been eliminated. This is more important to me than advancing. Many high-level cultivators came in to look for jade sprouts, but how many of them could find them? Haha." He was very excited, and his face was full of smiles. Xing Feng said, "It's a pity that jade sprouts can't be picked. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to look for other materials. I would just use the jade sprouts to exchange for any materials I need." Lei Xingfeng said, "I didn't absorb much." Xing Feng looked at Lei Xingfeng with envy. "This shows that you're still young. Compared to us, you still have a long time to cultivate. After this jade sprouts, as long as you don't get killed, you can live for a long time." Jade sprouts, also known as longevity sprouts, are the most precious materials for high-level cultivators. They can only be found by chance. Lei Xingfeng was confused. Low-level cultivators can use them? Xingfeng said, as long as you have a seal, of course you can use them. But which low-level cultivator can reach here? They'll be destroyed before they even enter. There's no way they can resist the dangers along the way. Lei Xingfeng thought, I have the mirror realm. They can enter and leave directly. As long as I'm here, they're here too. He nodded. Oh, I see. It's a pity that we can't dig them out and take them away. Xingfeng said, then don't think about it. Let's leave quickly. If we stay too long, these jade sprouts will be finished. Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng hurriedly left the place. They flew across the underground river to the other side. At this time, they could see countless tiny insects flying up and circling above the jade sprouts. They would occasionally fly up and down, slowly forming a mist. Xingfeng smiled. Not bad. The jade sprouts that were taken away will grow again soon. Lei Xingfeng said, these jade sprouts are mysterious. They're not plants, but they can grow again. Interesting. Xingfeng said, yes. There are many mysterious treasures in this world. It depends on how we use them. Lei Xingfeng said, no matter how we use them, first, we have to find them. Otherwise, we can only wait. Xingfeng said, not bad, not bad. This place is not bad. Although it's a bit dangerous, there are many good things. I didn't expect there to be treasures on the level of jade sprouts. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Lei Xingfeng said, you didn't know there was such a treasure? Xingfeng said, I came here to find materials for advancement. I didn't expect to find jade sprouts. These are much more valuable than advancement materials. With longevity, what kind of materials can't you find? Lei Xingfeng nodded. That's true. Especially for high-level cultivators, they are strong and knowledgeable. As long as they have time, they can definitely find the treasures they need. Xingfeng smiled. At our level, strength doesn't mean much. The one who can live longer is the winner. Haha, today is my lucky day. The two continued to talk and laugh. They searched the land and found some precious materials. However, compared to the jade sprouts, they were insignificant. The whole space narrowed as they went. The deeper they went, the smaller the space became. The network of underground rivers gradually converged into an underground river. This was the main river. All the water gathered and flowed downwards. This river was 600 to 700 meters wide. It was very wide. Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng walked along the underground river. There was a wide riverbank beside the main river. As they went forward, the riverbank gradually shrank, forming a trumpet mouth. The entire ground and river converged at the mouth of the trumpet. Lei Xingfeng and Xingfeng heard the roar of the water when they were still far away. Lei Xingfeng said, it sounds like a waterfall. Xingfeng nodded. Yes, this waterfall is bigger than the one we saw before. I don't know what kind of danger it is. Lei Xingfeng said, you can see it when we reach the front. The two quickened their pace and rushed forward. In a short while, the two reached the mouth of the trumpet. The entire terrain shrank to the mouth of the river. If they wanted to enter, they would have to fly in or release their true body and enter the water. Xingfeng said, let's fly over and see. We will decide based on the situation. The two flew up and arrived in the air above the underground river. Because there was a rock roof, the two didn't fly too high. They carefully flew along the river and entered. This was also a huge cave. It was 1,000 meters wide and 300 to 400 meters high. The entire 1,000 meters of ground was filled with turbulent water. Many black reefs were exposed on the surface of the water. The water from the underground river hit the reefs, creating waves of red foam. The roar grew louder and louder. Because it was the mouth of the trumpet, the sound was amplified. The deafening roar, especially the dark cave entrance, gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Lei Xingfeng's eyes flickered with silver light. Although there were no restrictions here, it was too dark. Lei Xingfeng couldn't even release a lightning ball. He could only charge the lightning into his eyes. This way, he could see clearly. Xing Feng released a ball of flame, and the two flew like this. Lei Xingfeng said, "I didn't expect this path to be so long." The two flew for a few minutes, but they still didn't see the waterfall. However, the roar grew louder and louder. This time, they didn't fly too far. Lei Xingfeng saw a rising mist that rushed to the top of the cave wall. There were no restrictions. Lei Xingfeng glanced over. There were no restriction nodes, which meant there were no restrictions here. Xing Feng said, "Can we pass?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, there are no restrictions here." He was still a little puzzled. Along the way, even if there were no restrictions, they would have been destroyed by people a long time ago. There would always be some traces of restrictions left behind, but there were none here. In other words, there had never been any restrictions here. Xing Feng said, "That's great. Without the hindrance of the restrictions, we can explore even more places." Lei Xingfeng said, "Do we go down?" Xing Feng said, "Do you mean go down?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Of course. However, we have to release our true bodies first. It's too dangerous for our true bodies to go down." Xing Feng said, "Okay, I'll go first." Xing Feng released his seal and his true body. Xing Feng smashed into the water like a weight. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly released Lei Yin and his true body. He felt his whole body become heavy and immediately fell. Boom! Boom! Water splashed everywhere. The two huge true bodies fell into the water. The entire surface of the river rolled. Countless bloodthirsty insects swarmed up. However, the two were already used to it. One used fire, and the other used lightning. They quickly killed the bloodthirsty insects that crept up. The water was waist deep. When the two fully released their true bodies, they were more than 200 meters tall. Therefore, even though the underground river was quite deep, it couldn't drown them. Coupled with the weight of their true bodies, the two stood steadily in the water. Xing Feng shouted, "Let's go!" The two waded through the water and moved forward bit by bit. After all, the current was too fast. Even if they wanted to be fast, they couldn't. Slowly, the two approached the top of the waterfall. This waterfall was about 800 meters wide. A huge amount of water poured down along the cliff. The deafening sound of the water was like the roar of a monster. The rumbling sound of the water was accompanied by a large amount of rising mist. It was clamorous. Chapter 775. The current was so strong that it made their movements even slower. In order not to be hit by the current, the two of them supported each other. Soon, the two of them reached the top of the cliff where the water was pouring down. The water flow here was even more rapid. Even though the two of them had heavy bodies, they were still shaken by the impact of the torrent. Especially near the top of the waterfall, the two of them had to support each other. In front of them was a huge pit, a bottomless pit. The water just poured down like water, and from the bottom of the pit, there was a roar that sounded like an explosion. They did not know how deep it was, but it felt very deep. Lei Xingfeng estimated, and his heart was beating fast. He said, "Senior, are we really going to jump down like this?" Xing Feng said, "Like this? Are you scared?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What am I scared of? Kiki, I am just a little guilty. It seems a little too high." Xing Feng said, "It is indeed very high, but what are you scared of? Are you scared of breaking your real body? That's impossible." He could not understand at all. In fact, he did not know that this fear was brought by Lei Xingfeng in his previous life. It was a psychological factor, and had nothing to do with strength. Lei Xingfeng was a little embarrassed. A high-level monarch king was afraid of jumping off a cliff. It was a joke. Without waiting for him to think, Xing Feng said, "Same old rules. I will jump first, you after. Just like last time." He did not wait for Lei Xingfeng to speak and jumped down. That huge body quickly disappeared in front of Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng scolded, "Will it kill you to be slow? Why are you jumping so fast?" He was a little angry. Looking at the bottomless pit and the depth of the waterfall, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. He had jumped once before, so he did not have the courage to jump again. He did not know what was below. In fact, he knew that with his real body there was nothing to worry about. But now, he was a little hesitant. Damn it! Lei Xingfeng gritted his teeth and scolded. He jumped down, thinking that if he did not get the treasure as compensation, this jump would be a big loss. Boom! When he landed on the surface of the water, Lei Xingfeng found that he had completely sunk into the water. There was also a huge pit here because of the water. In other words, he had fallen into the pit, and then the huge buoyancy made him float again. His entire huge body was washed down by the water. The huge body of the true body floated up like a huge ship and rushed downstream at a very fast speed. Everything was in chaos. The sound of water splashing could be heard as he struggled. As he waved his arms, he accidentally hit something, causing a huge boom. Then there was the roar of Lei Xingfeng, especially when it came from the mouth of his true body. It was an earth-shattering roar. The water in this area was actually more than 200 to 300 meters deep. Lei Xingfeng tried to step on the bottom of the river, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the bottom. He could only follow the flow of the river. Suddenly, he vaguely heard a roar. This sound was quite familiar. He immediately knew that it was Xingfeng's roar. Lei Xingfeng even thought, "I thought you didn't know how to roar. It turns out that your roar is not much inferior to mine." Following that was a huge slope. This was not a waterfall, but an extremely long slope that reached 50 degrees. The water became shallow here, but the speed of the water increased. Before Lei Xingfeng could react, he slipped headfirst. He couldn't help but scream like a ghost. This was the first time he had released his true body and moved so quickly. Lei Xingfeng only then remembered Xingfeng's roar. He almost laughed. No wonder she could scream. It was just like how he didn't scream randomly. As his true body was too big, Exhilarating couldn't even adjust his body. He barely managed to raise the head of his true body, using both of his hands to block the front of his head, to prevent the head of his true body from being damaged by the impact. At a sharp turn, Lei Xingfeng crashed into the cliff. Fortunately, he stretched out his two hands to support his head. His two palms hit the cliff. Then, he exerted force with his fingers and forcibly broke open the rock. His fingers sank deep into the rock, holding his true body and preventing it from falling downstream. Lei Xingfeng glanced down and almost laughed. Xingfeng was hanging on the cliff. Her movements were almost exactly the same as his. She was only a few hundred meters away from him. He heard Xingfeng say, "Feng, hold on tight. Don't fall down." Exhilarating believed that his true body would definitely be able to smash Xingfeng down if he continued to charge. The two gigantic true bodies blocked the river, causing the water to swell. The water that flowed from the body of the real body gave off a hua-hua sound. Exhilarating used his strength to lift his body up. Using the strength of his two hands, he slowly formed a sitting position. He then let go of one of his hands and forcefully grabbed upwards, his 5 thick fingers piercing into the cliff. He then let go of his other hand, alternating like this. Relying on the strength of his arms, his real body stood up, but his real body was leaning against the cliff. Below his feet was the rushing river. The water here was shallow. It was knee-deep, less than 10 meters deep. However, the current was very frightening. Even his true body could feel the enormous impact. Xingfeng also struggled to get up. Lying in the water was too passive. No matter what, the two of them had to stand up. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart. Moreover, both of them were using their true bodies. They could see each other clearly. The two of them bitterly smiled. They didn't expect the waterfall to be like this. How were they going to proceed? This was a large slope. The cliffs on both sides were extremely high. The entire section was triangular. The top was narrow and the bottom was wide. However, there was no shore. Below their feet was water. Xing Feng said, "Let's continue down. This is not a place to stop." Lei Xingfeng agreed, "All right. You take the front and I'll follow." Xing Feng held onto the cliff and struggled to walk down. Because it was a downhill slope and there was water below their feet, it was very difficult to walk. If they were careless, they might fall. If they fell here, they would definitely continue to slide down. The two of them slowly walked down the slope. After walking for about half a day, the water finally began to calm down. The water also became deeper. It didn't go past the crotch of their true bodies. At this time, they saw the shore. After releasing their true bodies for so long, the two of them also wanted to rest. Xing Feng walked to the shore and quickly used flames to burn his true body to get rid of the bloodthirsty insects. At this time, there were only a few bloodthirsty insects on his true body. The bloodthirsty insects in this area were already very few. Lei Xingfeng climbed to the shore. A bolt of lightning rolled on his true body. After a while, he withdrew his true body and revealed his true body. When he withdrew his true body, Lei Xingfeng immediately felt his body become light. This feeling of floating was really good. He left the underground river and found a flat rock. He sat down and said, "Senior, come and rest." Xing Feng checked again before withdrawing his true body. He sat down beside Lei Xingfeng and said, "I'm so tired." Lei Xingfeng stared at the underground river. Xing Feng asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "I can't imagine how this thing is formed." Xing Feng smiled and said, "You're worried about this? Nonsense." Lei Xingfeng said, "I'm not worried. I just want to know where this underground river leads to." Xing Feng said, "Who knows? Before we see it, how can we know where it leads to? Don't think too much. Give me something to eat." He had run out of supplies a long time ago. If it wasn't for Xian Feng's rations, he would have run out of food already. Thus, if he didn't need to store food, he would try his best not to use it. If he could use Xian Feng's rations, he would use Xian Feng's. If it weren't for the Mirror Realm, Lei Xingfeng would have been the same. However, he was more generous than Xing Feng. He could replenish food at any time, but Xing Feng couldn't. Therefore, he didn't notice that Xing Feng was taking advantage of him. He took out a lot of food and the two started eating. Xing Feng said while eating, "I'm almost promoted. I hope I can find the materials I need. There aren't many left. Sigh, I've been delayed for too long." Lei Xingfeng said, "What materials are you missing?" Xing Feng said, "You don't need them. They have different attributes, but they are very important to me. Fortunately, I had 2 cleanses. One to cleanse my fire seal and the other to cleanse my true body. It saved me a lot of trouble. But I still need to find a top-grade material. It's too difficult." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes. Often, you can't find it if you deliberately look for it, but you can find it if you don't mean to." Xing Feng agreed. He said, Yes. Sometimes you can't find it if you deliberately look for it. Sometimes you don't expect to find it at all. It's really depressing." Lei Xingfeng said, "Run to more places. There will always be opportunities on the road." Hee, no wonder high-level cultivators don't stay in one place. They run everywhere. Xing Feng said, "Can you not run? You have to run everywhere." Xian Feng laughed. "It's like the fantasy sky realm. The more places you go, the more treasures you get." "That's right, Senior. What kind of existence is the fantasy sky realm? Is it naturally formed?" This question had been in his heart for a long time, and he finally asked it. Xing Feng said, "I don't know if it's naturally formed, but I've heard of a legend. It's said that the fantasy sky realm was created by an almighty after his death, and eventually became the fantasy sky realm." Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, "What do you mean? What do you mean by an almighty?" Xing Feng said, "That is to say, an extremely powerful cultivator reached a height that we can't reach. In the end, he died because his time was up or he was seriously injured. Before he died, he made some arrangements. In the end, his body and the environment combined to form the fantasy sky realm. Of course, this is just a legend. It can't be taken seriously. Lei Xingfeng was tongue-tied. After a while, he said, "Damn, is it true? There's such a legend. It was created by a human. How old was this person?" Xingfeng said, "I don't know. It's just a legend. Don't worry about it." Lei Xingfeng thought that the legend was reasonable. It was based on his understanding of restrictions. If the restrictions here were created by a human, then it would be reasonable. He had always doubted that they were naturally formed. Even if they were naturally formed, 1 or 2 restrictions would be reasonable. However, there were thousands of restrictions here, and each one was different. If they were naturally formed, it would be unreasonable. If they were created by an almighty, then everything would be reasonable. Which cultivator's seal didn't have restrictions? Chapter 776. After finishing the rations, Lei Xingfeng still couldn't figure it out. He said, "How can a person be so big? The fantasy sky realm is simply boundless." Xingfeng didn't have Lei Xingfeng's memories from his previous life. To him, this was a very normal thing. When a cultivator's strength increased greatly, they would become very powerful, to an unimaginable extent. Of course, he was a little doubtful that the fantasy sky realm was created by a person. How powerful did a person have to be to reach such a level? He was doubtful about such a powerful person, but he was doubtful about how this person cultivated, not whether there was such an expert. However, Lei Xingfeng was different. After being disturbed by his previous life, he felt that this was simply a myth. How could a person cultivate to such a level? This was no longer something that could be explained by exaggeration. However, if all of this was true, Lei Xingfeng also hoped that he might be able to reach such a level. However, he had no idea what kind of level it was and what kind of cultivation it was. Anyway, he felt that it definitely wasn't the things they were cultivating. There must be something else. I still don't believe it. However, regardless of whether I believe it or not, we still have to move forward. Senior, let's go, Lei Xingfeng said as he stood up. Xingfeng smiled and said, "All right. Actually, this is just a legend. Don't take it too seriously. Even if it's true, it will be very difficult for us to reach such a level." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's a very magical legend. In some aspects it has answered my questions. However, it can't answer the bigger questions." The two walked along the river bank. This time they walked slower. Lei Xingfeng looked around. There were no traces of restrictions here, nor were there any traces of restrictions. There shouldn't have been any restrictions here from the beginning. After walking for about a few thousand meters, a light appeared in front of them. Lei Xingfeng flicked his finger, and the lightning disappeared. The light in front of them became clearer. Xingfeng also extinguished the flame and said doubtfully, "Is there an exit in front of us?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know either. Let's talk when we get closer." Soon, the two of them reached the light. The most amazing thing was that the entire underground river had stopped flowing. They couldn't see where the water had gone. After careful observation, Lei Xingfeng pointed to a whirlpool in the distance and said, "The water has gone down. We can't go." Xingfeng looked at the huge whirlpool, unable to say a word. After a while, he said, "Yes, we can't go underwater. God knows what's down there." There was a flat exit at the top of the cliff. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "We can only go out. Anyway, I don't want to turn back." Xingfeng nodded. "I don't want to look back either. I didn't expect the underground river to end here." Strange, where is the death chapter? Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "Maybe going upstream is the right way?" Xingfeng said, "Since you chose to go downstream, there's nothing to regret. No matter where you go, you'll still have hope for places you haven't been to before. Forget it, don't think about it. The fantasy sky realm is huge. There are some things we can obtain, but others are difficult. This is a matter of choice. There's no need to regret. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. You're quite open-minded. All right, let's go out and see what's outside. When they were about a few hundred meters away, Lei Xingfeng saw a large area of white ground. It was as smooth as jade, as if it had been polished. Lei Xingfeng thought it was some kind of treasure, but after looking at it, he realized that it wasn't a treasure. He didn't know what it was, but it looked very interesting. Xing Feng didn't even look at it and directly walked out. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly followed, and the two of them walked out of the cave. In an instant, the two of them felt a stinging pain in their eyes. After staying in the dark for a long time, they suddenly saw a bright light. They were a bit uncomfortable, and it took a while for them to feel better. Lei Xingfeng saw the restriction node at a glance. There was a restriction here. He said, "There's another restriction." Xing Feng said, "As expected, there are very few places without restrictions here." Lei Xingfeng suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "We can use the secret door here." Xing Feng tested it and nodded. "Not bad, it works. Hee, the coordinates of this secret door can be traded with others." Lei Xingfeng said, "Jade Sprout?" Xing Feng nodded. "Yes, it's the Jade Sprout. From here, it's easy to find the Jade Sprout. Well, we need to trade for something good. How about this? I'll go to the trading point and trade with others. You coming?" Lei Xingfeng said casually, "Well, I won't go for now. You go first. Count me in, okay?" Xing Feng said, "Of course." Then he opened the secret door and said, "If you can't find me, our next rendezvous point will be at the trading point, the place you went to before." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Okay." After Xing Feng left, Lei Xingfeng entered the mirror world without hesitation. After emerging from the courtyard, Lei Xingfeng immediately gathered everyone. Wu Yang and the others quickly rushed over. Thunderstorm asked, Feng, what's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll take everyone to a place first. This place is dangerous. Oh, Yi, you have to go too." A large group of people gathered, including Jean Dia, Fatty Jean, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and the others. In addition, Lei Xingfeng also called other disciples. This time, he planned to bring everyone with seals. In about half an hour, Lei Xingfeng appeared underground with a large group of people, emerging near the jade bud. Wu Yang said, "What is this place? It's so eerie." Lei Xingfeng summoned lightning and said, "This place is dangerous. Everyone, follow me. If you feel something is wrong, immediately return to the mirror world." Everyone's expression became serious. Gucci said, "Understood." Thunderstorm said, "What are we doing here?" Lei Xingfeng was taking a risk. However, he wanted to extend Yi and the others' lives, so he had to bring them here. If he waited until Xing Feng traded with other cultivators, Thunderstorm and the others wouldn't have a chance. In other words, the secret sect cultivators wouldn't have anything to do here. Lei Xingfeng released his real body to disperse the insects on the jade bud. However, Wu Yang and the others were frightened. The aura of this real body was so oppressive that they couldn't even breathe. None of them expected Lei Xingfeng to be so powerful. Just releasing his real body was unbearable. Wu Yang also said, "What is this?" He pointed at the jade buds on the ground, which looked like plants that had just sprouted. Lei Xingfeng said, "Come over quickly. Yi, Grandmaster, Master, you guys go first. Release your seals and absorb the jade buds on the ground." Xian Feng spoke, "Alright, stop here, don't touch the jade sprouts below, use your seal to absorb the jade sprouts on the ground, try your best to absorb as much as you can, until your seal can't absorb anymore, and don't touch the jade sprouts." Everyone was confused, but Lei Xingfeng didn't explain. He continued, "Don't go up in a swarm. Do it in batches. At most 3 people at a time. Don't panic. Grandmaster, you take command." Wu Yang said, "Okay, I'll take command." He pointed at Gucci and Thunderstorm and said, "The 3 of us will go first. Let's try it first." The 3 of them stepped forward. The others stared at them. Lei Xingfeng was on guard. The 3 seals flew out and began to absorb the jade bud. Wu Yang used all his strength and only managed to absorb 10 or so. Gu Qi had even less, absorbing less than 10 jade sprouts. Only Lei Bao managed to absorb more than 20. This was related to cultivation and age. The older one was, the more they would be able to absorb. However, if one's cultivation was low, they wouldn't be able to absorb much. This was because the quality of the seal wasn't good enough. Although it could extend one's lifespan, it was far from being comparable to a high-level cultivator. The 3 of them soon couldn't absorb anymore. After a moment of silence, Wu Yang began to instruct everyone to absorb. Lei Xingfeng looked on speechlessly. Many people couldn't even absorb 1 jade bud. There were also some who only absorbed a little. Jean Dia, on the other hand, absorbed 2 jade buds. Although it was very difficult, it was obvious that this guy was very experienced. His control of the seals was quite accurate. Soon, everyone had tried once. Lei Xingfeng led everyone back to the mirror realm. He didn't dare to stay here with this group of people for too long. Who knew what would happen to them? For example, they didn't have any ability to resist the invasion of the bloodthirsty bug. Back at home in the mirror realm, everyone stood in the yard. Wu Yang asked, What is this jade bud? Lei Xingfeng asked everyone to sit down in the wooden shed. Then he said, This is a treasure that can prolong one's life. For high-level cultivators, it is extremely precious. Many of us are already old. With this jade bud we can prolong our lives. As for how much, I don't know. Thunderstorm and the others were stunned. It could prolong one's life. For Wu Yang, Thunderstorm, Gu Qi, and the others this was very useful. They were all people who had lived for a long time. All aspects of their bodies were rapidly declining. Wu Yang's appearance was originally very good, even better than some women. However, in recent years it was obvious that he had aged. As for Thunderstorm, it was needless to say. With the jade bud, they would gradually become younger as time passed, and their body functions would gradually recover. This kind of treasure only appeared in legends. They didn't expect Lei Xingfeng to find it. Lei Xingfeng said, In addition, I will take everyone to a place. However, we can't bring too many people at once. Taking out some 7-colored water, Lei Xingfeng said, Starting from the founder and master, Yi, use this water to cleanse your seals. Wu Yang said, What is this? He didn't know what to say about Lei Xingfeng's endless treasures. Lei Xingfeng said, The 7-colored water can cleanse your seals. Do it one by one. There's no rush. Wu Yang took out his own seal and began to use the 7-colored water to cleanse it. Then it was Gu Qi Thunderstorm. Everyone cleansed their seals one by one in order. Lei Xingfeng originally thought that it wasn't enough. However, he soon discovered that those with low cultivation used very little of the 7-colored water. There was also a portion that even if he used it, he couldn't use it. This saved a lot. Chapter 777. Lei Xingfeng said, All right, those who can accept the rainbow-colored water, stand aside. Oh right, you must have your own true body. Those who don't have one, don't go. I'll take you to another place. Go in batches. Wu Yang and the others were numb. They had received too many good things, so it was difficult to understand Lei Xingfeng's feelings of searching for treasures. Bringing a group of people, Xianfeng once again arrived in front of the 7-colored light. That gigantic ball of light caused everyone to be stunned as they stared at it with their mouths agape. Worry spoke, What is this? Lei Xingfeng said, The rainbow-colored light, a treasure that matches the rainbow-colored water. Wu Yang said, How do I use it? Lei Xingfeng said, Release your true body and walk in. Wu Yang said, Walk into the ball of light? Lei Xingfeng nodded. That's right. Walk into the ball of light and the rainbow-colored light will cleanse your true body. Wu Yang released his true body. At this time, Lei Xingfeng could see the difference. Wu Yang's true body couldn't be compared to his own. The difference was too big. In fact, everyone could see this, but no one said it. After all, Lei Xingfeng was originally just a disciple. But over the years, this little guy became a big guy, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He had long surpassed the people in the secret sect, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Wu Yang walked into the ball of rainbow-colored light and stayed for about a few minutes. Then, he walked out with a faint layer of rainbow-colored light on his body. His true body was too weak, so it didn't take much time. Then, the others walked in and cleansed their true bodies. After a few rounds, Lei Xingfeng led the people back and forth. Soon, they were all done. The rainbow-colored light wasn't much. But even so, all the cultivators who received the rainbow-colored water and rainbow-colored light felt like they were about to advance. After returning to the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone, hurry up and collect the materials you need. I estimate that you will face a situation where you will all advance. If you are delayed because of the lack of materials, it will be troublesome." Wu Yang smiled and said, "Actually, we've already prepared a lot of materials. It's just that we haven't reached the level of advancement yet." Lei Xingfeng said, "Really?" Everyone nodded. Thunderstorm said, "Let's not talk about the materials for the next upgrade. I've already prepared the materials for the next upgrade." Gucci said, "Brother, you have a Feng's help, so of course it's easy for you to gather the materials for 2 upgrades. It's not easy for us to gather the materials for 1 upgrade." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, the materials needed for 2 advancements are the most basic. You guys have to be prepared for consecutive advancement." Wu Yang said, "Ah? 2 advancements, 2 consecutive advancements. How is that possible?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Why not? You guys have already come into contact with them. Whether it's the rainbow water or the rainbow light, they are all treasures that high-level cultivators yearn for. Even if I were to be cleansed by the rainbow water and the rainbow light, I would still advance. Not only would I advance, but even if I didn't advance, my strength would increase greatly. There are many benefits." Wu Yang and the others were ecstatic. Gao Yi said, "Oh my God, this is unbelievable. I'm going to prepare." He ran away after saying that. The group dispersed. Only Thunderstorm, Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love remained. Everyone else ran away. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Why are you in such a hurry? Seriously, I still have other things to tell you." Thunderstorm said, "I've been holding back for a long time. Who can sit still after hearing that we can advance?" Lei Xingfeng asked, "Little sister is still cultivating in seclusion?" Thunderstorm nodded. "Yes, she's not in the mirror realm now. She took the blackbird to the big crack to cultivate. There are many precious plants there, so she rarely comes back. Most of the time, she's cultivating there. The effect of cultivating there is excellent." Lei Xingfeng said, "If there's time in the future, I'll take her there too. Forget about it this time, I still have to go back." Thunderstorm said, "Okay, I'm going to cultivate in the big crack too. The effect of cultivating there is indeed different." Lei Xingfeng said, "I still have the coordinates of some mineral veins. They ran too fast just now, so I'll leave them with Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean, give these coordinates to the founder and let him arrange for people to dig. There are many places that are quite dangerous, so pay attention to your safety." Jean Dia said, "No problem, leave it to me. Don't worry, I'll tell him." Lei Xingfeng left the record of the coordinates and left the mirror realm. This time, he came to the underground river, which was the place where he chose to go upstream and downstream. At first, he chose to go downstream, but this time, he chose to go upstream. Of course, this time, he went up alone. Here, he killed a blood-sorrow beast and saw it resurrect with his own eyes. He was quite afraid of the bloodworms in the river, but after knowing how to deal with them, Lei Xingfeng basically did not care. Of course, he was still quite careful when walking on the shore. The 2 sides of the underground river were very wide, enough for him to walk on. Lei Xingfeng walked along the cliff, away from the water as far as possible, and all the way upstream. Unexpectedly, in less than half an hour, he found that the underground river forked. There were two underground rivers that merged into one, which meant that Lei Xingfeng had to choose a path where the two rivers converged. This was something he did not expect. Lei Xingfeng first observed the restriction to see if there were any restrictions here, or if there were any traces of restrictions left. After some observation, he found that there were no restrictions here. This was easy for him to see, especially if there were any remnants of restrictions. Even if there were only a little, Lei Xingfeng would be able to find the traces. However, there were no traces of restrictions here, so he concluded that there had never been any restrictions here. This gave him a headache. Two paths, which one should he take? Soon, Lei Xingfeng felt relieved. No matter which path he took, he had the mirror realm. The most convenient way was to quickly return to the original place. So what if he took the wrong path? Therefore, Lei Xingfeng went up the river on the right. The river became a little narrower. The width of the underground river was about 300 meters, which was much worse than the original underground river. Originally, there were banks on both sides. Now, only the side that Lei Xingfeng walked on had a bank, and the other side was a stone wall. There was no path to walk on. Lonely footsteps sounded. Lei Xingfeng walked forward step by step. He walked very carefully, avoiding the puddles and rocks. He did not know what strange things would appear. According to his idea, it was better to be careful than to be careless. Gradually, Lei Xingfeng found traces of restrictions. There used to be restrictions here. He suddenly became spirited. In the fantasy sky realm, restrictions were extremely annoying things, but they couldn't be separated from restrictions. The presence of restrictions often meant that there were treasures, which made all the cultivators who entered detest them bitterly and have mixed feelings of love and hate. They wanted to see restrictions, but they also hated restrictions. Everyone would be so contradictory. Lei Xingfeng knew that even if there used to be treasures here, they must have been taken away by someone. Therefore, he wanted to find the restrictions that were not destroyed. However, it would be difficult to find any restrictions that were not destroyed. If the previous people who came here did not have Lei Xingfeng's restriction skills, there was only one way to go, which was to completely destroy the restrictions. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng did not have much hope. Soon, there were large traces of restrictions. Lei Xingfeng secretly estimated and could not help but click his tongue. This restriction was very powerful. It was actually destroyed so thoroughly. He did not know what special treasures there were here. In the water, Lei Xingfeng saw a huge boulder that was dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long. Almost at a glance, he understood that the original benefits should be on top. Because the restrictions were destroyed, the treasures on top of it should have been taken away, and it could not be restored. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "What a pity!" Those who came first did have an advantage. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng hated this kind of method of destroying everything. It made it impossible for those who came later to get any benefit. After searching for a while, Lei Xingfeng finally understood what it meant to be completely looted. There was really nothing left. Lei Xingfeng was straightforward and directly walked upstream. However, his heart was a little cold. This was because he could see that this person was very powerful and could break such restrictions. Of course, he was not worried about encountering this person. The traces left behind showed that this restriction should have been broken a long time ago. In other words, it was not the restriction that was destroyed this time. Lei Xingfeng felt relieved and walked forward boldly. He did not have much hope in his heart. With such an expert in front of him, although it was not a matter of the present, the result was that Lei Xingfeng would not be able to get anything. Along the way, he saw at least 7 or 8 restrictions that were completely destroyed. Even if there were some remaining restrictions, he did not find any treasures. Lei Xingfeng wanted to go through the restrictions and return to the fork in the road. This was too sullen. This guy cleaned everything up so thoroughly. How could he let those who came later live? Lei Xingfeng braced himself and continued walking. If he did not walk to the end, he would not be satisfied. Lei Xingfeng was cursed along the way. He was in an extremely bad mood. Just as he was in a bad mood, Lei Xingfeng suddenly found a restriction node shaking in front of him. This time, he became alert. There was actually a restriction that was not destroyed? Lei Xingfeng excitedly began to observe this restriction. After a while, he began to frown. This restriction was a little strange. At first, he did not feel anything and almost went in. Fortunately, he had always been very cautious. According to his usual practice, being careful was not a big mistake. At any time, when faced with such a situation, the first thing he thought of was safety and not treasures. This restriction looked very simple. However, after careful analysis and observation, Lei Xingfeng found that this restriction was not simple at all. It was so complicated that it was dazzling. After further analysis, this restriction also seemed very simple. Because of this, Lei Xingfeng became timid. He would rather not go in if he did not understand. Chapter 778. After going back and forth for a long time, the restriction had completely blocked the passage. Luckily, there was a large area of land here, or else it would be troublesome. Exhilarating felt that he was already very lucky to be able to observe from the shore and the side of the cliff. After a while, Lei Xingfeng sat down and pondered while resting. At the same time, he was thinking about the flaws of the restriction. The underground river surged. Lei Xingfeng knew that he couldn't go underwater. His true body was too big. Once he went underwater, it would be too cumbersome. If he was in the restriction, it would be very difficult no matter what he did. This was also because the restriction was here. It naturally used the river as a factor and increased the strength of the restriction. Therefore, the option of walking through the water was basically negated. The space here was quite big. The underground river flowed down. On one side was the cliff, and on the other was the river bank. The river bank was about 600 meters wide, much wider than the underground river. It was about 300 meters high, and the top of the river was the top of the rock. The restriction nodes moved very quickly, and they were quite dense, especially near the river bank. Lei Xingfeng had seen many restrictions. This restriction was really strong. No matter how he analyzed, Lei Xingfeng felt a little helpless. If he hoped not to touch the restriction nodes, there was an underground river that occupied a large area. There were fewer restriction nodes there, but there were a large number of fast-moving restriction nodes at the river bank. This made it very difficult for him to go over without touching them. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, he could only go 100 meters at most before he couldn't support it. It was really a headache. If he wanted to force his way in, Lei Xingfeng was still pondering about one thing. That was, did the person who destroyed many restrictions in the beginning not break through this restriction? Thinking about it, it was impossible. He had already come here. Who would turn back? He should have forced his way in. But why didn't he destroy the restriction? Could it not be destroyed, or was it restored? This point was very important. If it could be restored, it would prove that this formation wasn't a big threat. If it couldn't be destroyed, then he would have to consider how powerful this formation was, and it was because of his understanding of formations that Exhilarating's hands and feet were tied. He knew better than the other cultivators how powerful the restriction was. No matter how careful he was, he could never be too careful. Then Lei Xingfeng found a path to enter. It was actually at the top of the cave wall. There was a gap there. After careful observation, he found that this gap was formed after the formation of the restriction. It was the only gap that was not within the restriction. With this discovery, Lei Xingfeng's spirits were immediately lifted. He got up and flew towards the top. In a few breaths, he arrived at the crevice that was as wide as two people and flew in through the crevice. Supporting himself with both hands, Lei Xingfeng hung in the crack. Using both hands and feet to support his body, he moved forward bit by bit. His speed was not slow at all. This crack was very long. It twisted and turned along the top, extending deep into the depth. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was not worried that he could not enter. He just wanted to see if he could enter the depths of the restriction through this crack. Or even better, if he could pass through the restriction and look down from the top, he would be able to clearly observe this strange and powerful restriction. After entering about 100 meters, Lei Xingfeng stopped and observed carefully. From this angle, the restriction provided more information. Lei Xingfeng had never seen illusionary formations, killing formations, and several other attacking methods. The entire space would tremble slightly. Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. Could this be the legendary spatial restriction? If this is, I can't deal with it. Lei Xingfeng was relatively unfamiliar with spatial restriction. He only knew that spatial restriction was the most powerful restriction. It was the most difficult and perverse restriction to deal with. Even he had not mastered it. It was rare to see a compound restriction like spatial restriction. Lei Xingfeng was extremely interested. He had lost interest in treasures. Understanding this restriction was much more valuable to him than treasures. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng decided to spend some time and see what he could learn. Slowly, Lei Xingfeng saw some of the mysteries. Suppressing his excitement, Lei Xingfeng moved forward bit by bit. He carefully observed the operation of the restriction node. This gave him many ideas. He understood that it was fine if he did not understand it immediately. As long as he memorized it and slowly pondered, he would eventually gain something. Fortunately, in this life, Lei Xingfeng was an expert in cultivation. Therefore, even if he used his hands and feet to support his body, he did not feel tired. His attention was completely focused on the restriction. There were too many things about this restriction that Lei Xingfeng had never thought of or seen before. Therefore, the more he studied, the more excited he became. Such a restriction gave him too much inspiration. Lei Xingfeng steadied his mind and concentrated on observing, especially the movement of the restriction nodes. This often revealed the nature of the restriction. As he observed, Lei Xingfeng combined it with the restrictions he had learned before. He compared it and analyzed it. This way, he could understand why the restriction nodes moved like this. He gradually understood how the restriction was set up, or rather, how it was formed, and what its operating mechanism was. Unknowingly, Lei Xingfeng had already reached the center of the restriction. He discovered that the crack could no longer hide his body. However, Lei Xingfeng was already very satisfied. This crack that appeared later gave him a great opportunity to clearly see the operation of the restriction. After retreating slightly, Lei Xingfeng was still carefully pondering. After a real day, Lei Xingfeng moved back and forth in the crack, carefully observing and learning. Slowly, he formed a concept of the restriction. After forming a concept, Lei Xingfeng could understand the restriction and why it was like this. Of course, this was only a superficial understanding. He still needed to further speculate and infer. After all, he was too unfamiliar with spatial restrictions. After retreating from the crack and returning to the safe riverbank, he gained a lot in more than a day, but he was still very tired. Lei Xingfeng did not continue to stay in the underground river. He returned to the mirror realm. He urgently needed to find a comfortable place to rest and study. After returning to his own courtyard, Lei Xingfeng discovered that the wooden shed that used to be full of people was empty. Only a few attendants were wandering around. He waved his hand to call one of the attendants over and asked, "Where is everyone?" The attendant bowed and said, "Master, the other masters have all gone back to cultivate in seclusion. Many of them have advanced, so they are not here. Master, should I inform them?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "I see. All right, no need to inform them. By the way, is Jean Depang here?" The attendant said, "Yes, Master Jean is here. I will inform him." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, tell him to prepare something to eat." The attendant happily ran to the backyard. Being able to receive orders from Lei Xingfeng in the hidden sect was an honor, glory, and joy. Lei Xingfeng did not know that his current status in the hidden sect was unparalleled. Even the founder, Wu Yang, and Guqi could not compare to him. Jean Depeng quickly brought a group of people and brought out a sumptuous meal. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to eat so much. I just need to fill my stomach." As his cultivation increased, he became less and less particular about food. Basically, he would only remember to eat after a long time. One meal could last him a few days or even a dozen days. Jean Depeng smiled and said, "It is not easy to come back. How can I eat casually?" To Jean Depeng, eating was a very solemn affair, as well as a very sacred and blissful affair. Therefore, he had always treated it seriously. Lei Xingfeng glanced at Jean Depeng's stomach and said with a smile, "If you continue eating like this, you will not be able to walk." Jean Depeng was not convinced and said, "How is that possible? I am also an expert cultivator now." Lei Xingfeng said, "You are not even a Dao monarch. How can you be considered an expert?" Jean Depeng said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will become a Dao monarch expert soon, haha." Lei Xingfeng glanced at him again and shook his head. "With your cultivation speed, forget it." His vision was completely different from before. Plus, he was much taller than Jean Depeng. How could he not see that this guy was slacking in his cultivation? He didn't put in any effort at all. It would be very difficult for him to make any progress. Jean Depeng laughed awkwardly and did not pay it much mind. Lei Xingfeng advised, "Fatty, it is not wrong to rely on piling up materials. However, if you do not cultivate, you will not be able to improve. If you put more of your attitude towards food into cultivation, your cultivation would not be so low." Jean Depeng said, I know. Oh right, I still have a soup to cook. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon." He ran away. He did not want to listen to Lei Xingfeng's nagging. Lei Xingfeng could only smile bitterly. As a friend, he could only try to persuade him. Whether he listened or not was his own business. Cultivation depended on the individual. Others could not help much. Apart from providing some materials and cultivation methods, whether one worked hard or not depended on one's own efforts. Speaking of which, Jean Depeng was not good at cultivation, but no one could compare to him when it came to food. When Lei Xingfeng first met this guy, he was already an expert in food and cooking. After coming to the mirror world, his cooking skills became even better. Lei Xingfeng enjoyed the meal very much. During the meal, a waiter came in with a bowl of soup. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Where did Fatty go?" The waiter said respectfully, "Lord Jean went to cultivate." Lei Xingfeng laughed. He knew Jean Depeng was not willing to listen to his lecture. After finishing his meal, Exhilarating returned to his room and took out a page of the Star Python record to record the entire seal. He tried his best to record it down completely and also marked out the locations of the nodes of the seal, using it to deduce the central hub of the entire seal. As this was a compound seal, there were many central hubs of the seal. The core of a natural restriction was usually very well hidden, even with Exhilarating's knowledge. He still needed to think for a long time before he could roughly confirm it. Once he confirmed the core of the restriction, he would be prepared when it was time to break the formation. He would be able to accurately attack the core of the restriction and forcefully stop it from working. Chapter 779. If he directly entered the restriction array, it would be very painful. He would need to make a judgment on the spot to find the restriction hub. Basically, the possibility of making a mistake was higher. However, after careful observation and analysis, finding the restriction hub would be more likely. Lei Xingfeng did not intend to break the restriction array immediately. He needed to learn and thoroughly master this restriction array. He needed to learn the mysteries of this restriction array. If he had the opportunity in the future, he would be able to replicate such a restriction array. This was his real purpose. It took Lei Xingfeng a few days to sort out the information he had obtained. From time to time, he would record his understanding and then speculate about the entire restriction array. Lei Xingfeng made some guesses about how to arrange the restriction array and what materials to use. Unfortunately, he could not test it for the time being, especially when it was related to spatial restrictions. In fact, when Lei Xingfeng returned home and carefully thought about it, he found that it was not what he had thought. He had not come into contact with spatial restrictions at all. The secret door, the mirror realm, and the large teleportation gate were all spatial restrictions. There must be some connection between them. Lei Xingfeng was already very familiar with single restriction arrays. He had figured out most of the single restriction arrays. As long as he had the corresponding materials, he would be able to arrange them. The key was the compound array, which was the combination of various restrictions to form a new large restriction array. This was a bit lacking, and there was still a lot of knowledge that he was familiar with and learning. This time, what he wanted to understand was spatial restrictions. First, he had to understand how spatial restrictions work. Then, he could consider the problem of compound restrictions, which was the problem of adding spatial restrictions. Now it was almost a reverse deduction. From the movement of the restriction nodes, the structure of the restriction, and the location of the restriction hub. In this way, he could completely replicate the entire formation. Lei Xingfeng had a lot of questions that left him scratching his head. However, Lei Xingfeng had a strong will. He would not give up until he understood everything. During this time, he returned to the dark river and observed again. He even sent puppet beasts into the restriction to investigate. Then, he would observe the reaction of the restriction and obtain the results he needed. Although he had used up a lot of puppet beasts, he had also obtained a lot of reaction from the restriction. This was an important basis for his speculations. After dozens of days, Lei Xingfeng's knowledge of restriction formations improved by leaps and bounds. The more he understood, the more he was in awe of this restriction formation in the dark river. This restriction formation could be said to be the most powerful thing he had ever seen. Fortunately, he didn't rush in at the beginning. If he really rushed in, he estimated that he could only use the mirror realm to escape. However, through learning and research, he now found that if he entered the formation, he might not be able to escape, because this restriction formation contained space restriction formations, which could suppress other space restriction formations. The mirror realm relied on space restriction formations. Of course, it was very complicated. Through this learning, Lei Xingfeng even had a new understanding of the mirror realm's secret door. The most valuable restriction formation was space restriction formations. Lei Xingfeng had gained a lot this time. Through this restriction formation, he really understood what space restriction formations were. Although he couldn't set them up by himself, it was possible to recognize and break them. At least, he wouldn't be trapped by space restriction formations. The most powerful restriction formations were space restrictions. Once this thing was activated, no matter how you attacked, it would be dissolved by the space restriction formations. It would even use your own attacks to attack yourself. This was the power of space restriction formations. This was also why Lei Xingfeng was so obsessed with space restriction formations. From the mirror realm to the dark river, and from the dark river back to the mirror realm, Lei Xingfeng went back and forth 7 or 8 times. Every time he gained something from the dark river, he would return to the mirror realm to digest and absorb it. He was very busy. This was much more interesting than cultivation. Lei Xingfeng enjoyed it very much. Because he learned space restriction formations, his understanding of other restrictions had a very deep impact. It improved his understanding of restrictions. Space restriction formations were a kind of restriction formation. Once understood, it could be combined with other restrictions to form a terrifying killing restriction formation. Finally, after more than 40 days, Lei Xingfeng stopped his research. He knew that he could break this restriction formation. Lei Xingfeng explored this formation inside and out. All the changes were under his control. It could be said that this was a natural compound restriction formation. After the most crucial space restriction formation was understood, the entire restriction formation had no secret. This was Lei Xingfeng's reward for working so hard for so many days. Lei Xingfeng didn't release his real body. He just walked into the restriction formation. Of course, he would avoid touching the restriction node. If he was touched by the restriction nodes several times, it wouldn't be breaking the formation. It would be enjoying the restriction formation's attacks. After a while, Lei Xingfeng came to the location of a restriction formations hub. This was a restriction formations hub of space restriction. Using the sword seal to quickly destroy this restriction formations hub, Lei Xingfeng continued to walk inside. After this restriction formations hub was destroyed, a restriction formation blank spot appeared. This allowed Lei Xingfeng to smoothly go inside. This was a spot in the circulation space. Once it was destroyed, the entire spatial circulation space would stop. Lei Xingfeng smiled. This was the most powerful part of the restriction formation. Once someone fell into it, they would be trapped in the circulation space. At this time, no matter what kind of attack one launched, it would all hit nothing. It wouldn't be able to hit the restriction formation itself. This was the most powerful part of the circulation restriction formation. After destroying a restriction formations hub, Lei Xingfeng rushed to the next restriction formations hub. He searched methodically. Because he knew what to do, Lei Xingfeng targeted every step he took. He quickly came to the second restriction formations hub. This was also a restriction formations hub. His sword seal chopped down and instantly destroyed this restriction formations hub. Before the restriction formation was activated, these restriction formations hubs were basically target. They didn't have any ability to defend or resist. Once the restriction formation was activated, it was basically very difficult to destroy these hidden restriction formations hubs. Unless one had the ability to completely suppress the entire restriction formation and destroy a large area, it would be possible to threaten the restriction formations hub. However, destroying one restriction formations hub could bring great damage to the entire restriction formation. If two restriction formations hubs were destroyed in succession, the entire circulation space restriction formation would be disrupted. Once the restriction formation was activated, it would become a huge loophole. And once this loophole was formed, Lei Xingfeng would be unstoppable in the restriction formation's grand restriction formation. Unfortunately, naturally formed restriction formations hubs were very complicated. There weren't any materials that could be used. Once destroyed, it was basically impossible to find anything useful. Unlike restriction formations set up by cultivators, restriction formations hubs required all kinds of treasures and energy crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate. Every time Lei Xingfeng destroyed a restriction formations hub, he would carefully observe it to see if there were any treasures that could be used. Unfortunately, after destroying 6 restriction formations hubs in succession, he didn't obtain anything good, which made him very disappointed. When all the restriction formations, spatial restriction formations hubs were destroyed, the restriction formation would completely stop. The other restrictions were dependent on the spatial restriction formation. When the spatial restriction formation was destroyed, it meant that the entire restriction formation had lost its power and foundation. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng discovered that all the restriction formation's nodes had disappeared. He let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that the restriction formation had been completely broken. This was the method of a restriction grandmaster. There was no need to forcefully destroy it. As long as a few points were destroyed, the entire restriction formation would be completely destroyed. Lei Xingfeng looked at the restriction formation's failure and couldn't help but smile proudly. He finally had some result. This was much better than recklessly rushing into the restriction formation. he began to search the entire restriction formation's underground river. This restriction formation followed the underground river. It was more than 1,200 meters long, which was a little more than a kilometer long. Lei Xingfeng didn't find any treasures. However, at a bend, he found two skeletons. Lei Xingfeng was very interested in these two skeletons. According to the layout of the restriction formation, these two people should have been trapped to death by the spatial restriction formation. After carefully inspecting them, and according to the location of the restriction formation, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but be startled. After these two people were separated by the restriction formation, they had actually killed each other. After exhausting their strength, they were imprisoned by the restriction formation and finally died from heavy injuries. Killing each other wasn't scary. What was scary was that Lei Xingfeng could see that these two people didn't know that they were killing each other. They thought that it was a restriction formation attack. Lei Xingfeng guessed that these two people should have come together. Thinking back to the restriction formation that had been swept away, that kind of unstoppable attack had left a deep impression on him. The two people were less than 100 meters apart. They were both curled up in a corner of the cliff. Their movements were almost the same. They were hugging their heads, curling up their bodies, and sitting on the ground. Their clothes and flesh had all turned to ashes. Only their bones remained. Lei Xingfeng arrived in front of one of them and immediately saw traces of lightning flickering. It was an extremely faint light. Lei Xingfeng's heart stirred. This was the lightning attribute Lei Yin. Could it be that this person was a lightning attribute cultivator? Lei Xingfeng reached out to touch the skeleton. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his body. In an instant, that fatal feeling scared Lei Xingfeng. However, the lightning attack was useless against Lei Xingfeng. He was also a lightning attribute cultivator. Therefore, when the lightning struck his body, it was immediately absorbed. What a guy! Lei Xingfeng reached out and pulled, causing the skeleton to collapse. Lei Xingfeng saw a Lei Yin appear. The tower-shaped Lei Yin was so exquisite that Lei Xingfeng couldn't believe it. The Lei Yin was stacked layer by layer. According to Lei Xingfeng's calculations, this tower-shaped Lei Yin had a total of 7 layers. Whether it was the appearance or the way Lei Yin designed it, it was something that Lei Xingfeng had never seen before. Lei Xingfeng searched for a bit. There was only this Lei Yin. There was nothing else. Before he could take a closer look, Lei Xingfeng's attention was focused on another skeleton. There should be a seal there too. However, he didn't know what kind of seal it was. Putting away the tower-shaped Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng came to the other skeleton and carefully observed it. Traces of red light emerged from the skeleton. Lei Xingfeng squatted down and looked sideways. Chapter 780. What kind of seal is this? Lei Xingfeng quickly reacted. This should be a fire seal. This time, Lei Xingfeng did not dare to touch it. Luckily, it was Lei Yin. If it was a different seal, Lei Xingfeng would not be able to handle it. He did not even release his true body. With the level of this seal, he might have been seriously injured. This seal should have condensed the owner's final resentment. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. Moreover, Lei Xingfeng was sure of one thing. When these two practitioners died, their cultivation was much higher than his. They should be stronger than Xingfeng. As for how strong they were, he did not know. This was quite scary. This meant that there were stronger practitioners in this world. This made Lei Xingfeng's complacent heart gradually wake up. Compared to the top experts, there was still a big gap. In fact, Lei Xingfeng was also very depressed. With his cultivation speed, he could be considered very fast. However, along the way, he met experts. Even if he met 2 dead people, they were still stronger than him. There was no justice. Staring at the fire seal, Lei Xingfeng's heart was calm. He knew that this thing was good stuff. Although he could not directly give it to a fire-type practitioner, this kind of high-level practitioner's fire seal contained countless ideas that were worth learning from. Also, the fire seal itself was made from countless materials. If it could be disassembled, many things could be absorbed by a fire-type practitioner's seal. This fire seal was completely different from Lei Yin's. It could be seen that it was in the shape of a water droplet. It was not very big, only the size of a child's head. This was because it was unrestrained. Looking carefully at the fire seal, although the layers of flames were very small, it gave Lei Xingfeng a feeling of extreme danger. He knew that he could not use his hands to grab it. He had to make a sealed jade box to store it. This Lei Yin was different. Because Lei Yin and Lei Xingfeng's attributes were compatible, it could be stored in the hidden Luan space. The two only had a difference in height, but there was no difference in essence. This was why nothing happened when he grabbed Lei Yin with his hands. Lei Xingfeng immediately took out a ready-made jade box. He had made many of these in the past. Very quickly, he set up a simple seal. However, this seal was very simple. A single attribute seal was not simple. This thing was a spatial attribute seal. It was Lei Xingfeng's newest seal method. It was much better than before. Keeping the fire seal, Lei Xingfeng sealed the jade box again before putting it into the hidden Luan space. This was also one of his treasures. When the fire seal was taken, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Lei Xingfeng bowed and said, "Senior, rest in peace." If these two experts were still alive, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. What did it mean to make the wedding dress for others? This was making the wedding dress for others. It was a pity that he couldn't get their hidden Luan space. Otherwise, the rewards would be even greater. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. He carefully observed the entire formation before reluctantly leaving. This place had given him too many benefits. Lei Xingfeng didn't continue forward. Instead, he returned to the mirror realm and returned to his own room. Sitting in his room, Lei Xingfeng took out the pagoda-shaped Lei Yin. This time, he carefully studied it. To Lei Xingfeng, this was very important. From this Lei Yin, he could pry into a higher level of cultivation. The 7-story pagoda Lei Yin was completely different from Lei Xingfeng's own Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was a flat seal. The Lei Yin in front of him was clearly of a much higher level. The two had completely different thoughts. If Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was flat, then this Lei Yin was three-dimensional. Lei Xingfeng charged lightning into his eyes. Immediately, his eyes emitted a silver light. In that instant, Lei Xingfeng saw the structure of the Lei Yin. He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect his eyes to be so powerful. This gave Lei Xingfeng a great opportunity. Clearly seeing the structure of the pagoda-shaped Lei Yin was very important to Lei Xingfeng. This provided him with the idea to refine the Lei Yin. Good stuff. Good treasure. The 7 layers of the thunder stamp were all connected to each other. The most interesting part was that the thunder stamp was naturally formed with countless restrictions. As the owner of the restrictions, he didn't know anything about them, so he was killed by the restrictions. Every layer was a complete Lei Yin. Then, it was linked to the layer above the Lei Yin. There were a total of 7 layers, which was equivalent to 7 Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. How powerful was this? No wonder in the early stages it was so easy to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered a spatial restriction, which made this person helpless. No matter how powerful the attack was, what was the use if it couldn't hit the target? Clicking his tongue in wonder, Lei Xingfeng was full of praise for this Lei Yin. It provided him with a path to continue improving his strength. It was an interesting refining method. One must know that a seal was the motivation for a cultivator. It was the foundation of everything, and also the foundation of the true body. With such a powerful Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng would never have thought that seals could be refined like this. Looking at it, he was intoxicated. Countless thoughts were rolling in his mind. This Lei Yin seemed to have opened a huge door for Lei Xingfeng. It allowed him to peek into the path of a true high-level cultivator. Until now, the strongest expert Lei Xingfeng had met was Xingfeng. However, after looking at this Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng understood that Xingfeng was far from the owner of this Lei Yin. He had seen Xingfeng's fire seal before. Whether it was the quality or the concept, the two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It was obvious that Lei Yin and the owner of the fire seal had already broken through the monarch rank and entered the next realm. However, Lei Xingfeng had never heard of the mirror realm cultivation realm above the monarch rank. He originally thought that once a monarch rank cultivator reached the peak of the monarch rank, he would be invincible in this world. However, it seemed that this thought was a little silly. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Just because he hadn't seen it before, it didn't mean it didn't exist. His gaze fell on Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful! It's really beautiful!" He really couldn't put it down. This Lei Yin's energy was about to be exhausted. It was only relying on the interaction of the 7 layers of Lei Yin to maintain a minimum level of operation and not become a dead object. If its energy was completely exhausted, this thing would condense, and it would be difficult to use it again. If a normal seal had been eroded for so long, it would have turned into a rock long ago. Only a high-grade seal like this could last for so long. Lei Xingfeng released a thick electric current from his hand and instantly hit the 7 layers of Lei Yin. The Lei Yin was immediately absorbed, and the entire Lei Yin lit up a little. It was as if a land that had been dry for a long time was suddenly nourished by rain. It felt alive again, and the entire Lei Yin was suffused with a beautiful luster. Staring at the glowing Lei Yin, an idea involuntarily popped up. This idea was so crazy that Lei Xingfeng's breathing became hurried. Just use it. Find a way to fuse with this Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng's heart felt like it was growing grass, itching unbearably. If he directly fused with this Lei Yin, he would almost be able to reach unimaginable height. Of course, if he didn't succeed, he would be done for. He would basically be dead. With this idea, there was still a long way to go before he could fuse with it. Lei Xingfeng wasn't thinking about fusing with it, but whether or not it could be fused. If it wasn't feasible, he would give up on this idea. However, this idea was too tempting. Lei Xingfeng couldn't give up. After calming down, Lei Xingfeng began to think about what methods and conditions he would need to use to fuse with this Lei Yin. After repeatedly analyzing this pagoda-shaped 7 layers of Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng discovered some of its mysteries. There were countless restrictions in the Lei Yin, and he basically knew all of them. Even if they formed a compound restriction, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Since he knew the restrictions in the Lei Yin, he would need to record and analyze them. Then, he would see if there was a possibility that they could be linked with the restrictions in his own Lei Yin. It had to be known that the restrictions in the Lei Yin weren't set up by him. They were naturally formed. Once the restrictions in the Lei Yin were formed, as he advanced in the future, with a large amount of materials, energy, and cultivation, the restrictions in the Lei Yin would automatically grow. The restrictions in the Lei Yin couldn't be controlled. This made Lei Xingfeng scratch his head. It had to be known that the restrictions in his Lei Yin were very different from the restrictions in the pagoda-shaped 7 layers of Lei Yin. How to make the Lei Yin produce restrictions according to his own ideas was a huge problem. Moreover, once he changed the restrictions in the Lei Yin, who knew what would happen to the Lei Yin? Moreover, the Lei Yin was still the foundation of the true body. If there was a problem with the Lei Yin, then there would definitely be a problem with the true body. The more he studied, the colder Lei Xingfeng's heart became. He realized that he had found a big problem. However, he wasn't willing to give up. One had to know that fusing with the Lei Yin was very tempting. The result of his unwillingness was that Lei Xingfeng began to study the mechanism of the formation of the Lei Yin. He wanted to know how it operated and how it produced restrictions. This time, he had fallen into a trap. Apart from eating and sleeping occasionally, Lei Xingfeng was basically in a state of seclusion. He had been studying the pagoda-shaped 7 layers of Lei. Lei Xingfeng could be considered to have gone completely crazy. This was the reason why people said that if one didn't go crazy, one wouldn't be able to survive. After truly falling into it, Lei Xingfeng began to discover some patterns. Slowly, he found some useful and useless things. He discovered that the so-called seals were actually a cultivation seed planted by people. As the seed sprouted, as long as there was enough nourishment and conditions, the seal would grow on its own. As the master of the cultivation, it was very difficult to change it. This kind of seed took root, sprouted, and gradually grew stronger. There were many things that couldn't be changed. However, Lei Xingfeng also discovered a phenomenon. That was, the Lei could be grafted onto other Lei. In other words, the 7 layers of Lei didn't grow from cultivation, but were grafted onto. Chapter 781. When Lei Xingfeng figured this out and looked at the pagoda-shaped 7-story Lei, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. In other words, there were 7 Lei, and 6 of the Lei had been obtained by the same owner. It was easy to imagine how he had obtained them. The result was very frightening, but it also gave Lei Xingfeng a new idea. In other words, if he couldn't fuse them, then he could graft them. If he could graft them, then the result would be the same. Following this train of thought, Lei Xingfeng re-examined the pagoda-shaped 7-story Lei. In the end, he really did find something fishy. When Lei Xingfeng figured it out, he couldn't help but smile. This was because he discovered that the connected restriction was man-made and extremely crude. It couldn't be compared to a natural restriction at all. The difference between the two was too great. Holding the 7-story Lei in his hands, Lei Xingfeng pondered over how to proceed. Although the marriage restriction was extremely crude and simple, it was very practical. It gave off a feeling of great ingenuity hiding something clumsy. However, Lei Xingfeng still felt that although the design was good, the method used was clumsy. If he had done it himself, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. Analyzing, planning, designing, and studying, Lei Xingfeng actually spent half a year unknowingly. He basically didn't leave his room, and it was always Jean Dupin who sent people to bring him food. He didn't dare to send it often, and usually left it at the door. When the time came and it wasn't eaten, he would take it away, cook it again, and put it back at the door. Lei Xingfeng wouldn't get up to eat unless he was very hungry and smelled the aroma of food. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even think of eating. When you wholeheartedly poured your heart and soul into something, time couldn't be felt. On this day, Lei Xingfeng laughed heartily because he had successfully separated the 7-story Lei. In other words, he had dismantled the originally connected restriction. After dismantling it, Lei Xingfeng obtained 7 Lei. Because the 7 Lei were connected together, the restriction inside gradually converged. After dismantling it, Lei Xingfeng quickly used the jade box to create a restriction, leaving only one in his hand. He planned to graft it onto his own Lei. First, he needed to choose the materials. After all, he had to design a marriage restriction. Lei Xingfeng didn't come up with this restriction himself. Instead, he modified the original restriction. The original restriction design was very clever and quite good. The only thing he wasn't satisfied with was that the creation was quite rough. Although it had been cultivated and filled in with materials by the master Lei, there were still many things that Lei Xingfeng wasn't satisfied with. This time, he modified it altogether. Looking for materials, or rather, gathering materials. It was impossible to find materials now, so he had to work hard to collect them. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng had always been persistent in collecting materials. No matter what material it was, he wouldn't let it go as long as he saw it. Even if he didn't go back to dig it up, he would send people from the secret sect to do it. There were all kinds of materials in the large material warehouse in the mirror realm. Even if he lacked a certain material, he could find a substitute. Lei Xingfeng designed and made this grafting restriction very seriously. He went directly to the open space in the mirror realm, then flattened the ground and began to lay out the restriction. This restriction didn't need to be very small. Once it was designed and activated, it could be directly swallowed by the Lei Yin. As long as it wasn't super big, there would be no problem. Since Lei Xingfeng could lay out the restriction, he could carve and arrange it carefully. During the grafting restriction, Lei Xingfeng also planned to put in a spatial restriction, mainly for better energy transfer and communication. This was something that the original Lei Yin on the 7th floor didn't have. It was designed by Lei Xingfeng himself. According to his idea, no matter what restriction it was, as long as it was suitable and easy to use, as long as it was useful, and as long as it was used in the right place, it was a good restriction. Based on this principle, Lei Xingfeng began to lay out the restriction. He laid it out on the ground, then adjusted, speculated, started the experiment, and so on. When Lei Xingfeng finished the entire restriction, he found that it was far from enough. It seemed that the restriction was still lacking something. Lei Xingfeng sat next to the restriction and began to think hard. After a few days, he still couldn't find the flaw. Because he had always been very cautious, he didn't rush to graft the Lei Yin. Instead, he put away the restriction and returned to his room in the small building. Just one more step. Lei Xingfeng was going crazy. He firmly believed that once he successfully grafted a Lei Yin, his strength would at least increase by a lot, even if it wouldn't double. This opportunity was too rare and was even more difficult than advancing. If he wanted to advance, as long as he persisted in cultivating and collecting materials, he would advance one day. However, if he didn't discover this secret when grafting the Lei Yin, who would know that there was such a method? During this period, people had already returned to Lei Xingfeng's courtyard. However, Lei Xingfeng wasn't in the mood to go downstairs. He just locked himself in the room and repeatedly pondered over this restriction. Every day, Lei Xingfeng would play with the Lei Yin that he obtained. He habitually analyzed and inspected it, until one day he discovered a secret. It turned out that the Lei Yin had a fei, and this fei was the key to grafting. After carefully inspecting the 7 Lei Yin, he actually found that each of them had a fei. However, these feis were all muddle-headed and didn't have any intelligence. They were basically acting on instinct. However, his Lei Yin didn't have any feis. If he wanted to successfully graft, his Lei Yin had to produce at least one fei, no matter how weak it was or how little it had intelligence. Having a fei and not having one were two different concepts. Lei Xingfeng could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Feis were too hard to come by. In this life, he had only seen one fei, and it was a wood-type one. It had been subdued by Lei Xingyao. That plaything could produce 10,000-year spirit liquid and was definitely a treasure. As for thunder-type feis, let alone seeing one, he had never even heard of one. He didn't expect to obtain a pagoda-shaped 7-story Lei Yin to have 7 feis that weren't considered fully formed. This was too frightening. How powerful was this person to be able to find so many feis? In fact, Lei Xingfeng had also misunderstood. These feis weren't external, but were produced by the Lei Yin itself. It wasn't until a long time ago that Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin also produced feis. Only then did he know that when the Lei Yin reached a certain level, feis would naturally produce feis. However, Lei Xingfeng was currently stumped by this fei. One had to know that his Lei Yin didn't have any feis. If he forcefully grafted it, he guessed that the grafted Lei Yin would reverse control his own Lei Yin. At that time, there would probably be a huge problem. After delaying for more than a year, Lei Xingfeng finally woke up. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He still had an appointment with Xing Feng to go to the transaction point. However, Lei Xingfeng calculated the time and couldn't help but shake his head. It had been too long. He reckoned that Xing Feng had already left. This way, he wasn't in a hurry. Staggering down the stairs, Lei Xingfeng came to the wooden shed. He glanced at Wu Yang. After a brief inspection, Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Congratulations, congratulations to Founder." Then he saw Gucci. He immediately knew that Gucci had also advanced. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Master." Wu Yang said happily, "Yes, it's worth celebrating." Gucci patted Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and smiled without saying a word. The gratification and fondness on his face were all revealed. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Ah, Yi hasn't returned yet?" Gucci said, "Your old man is still in the Great Crack. It will probably take some time. Anyone who used the rainbow water and rainbow light would advance." As for Wu Yang, he almost reached the elementary monarch realm. It was a pity that he was so close. However, Wu Yang was already very satisfied. Lei Xingfeng thought about it and said, "Everyone, make the best use of your time to cultivate. If you can reach the monarch realm, I will bring you to the fantasy sky realm." Wu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "If there isn't any special opportunity, it will be very difficult to advance." Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "Founder, you still don't understand the power of the rainbow water and rainbow light. It's almost a complete transformation. Even if there isn't any special opportunity, as long as you cultivate like this and have enough materials, you will definitely advance to the monarch realm. Moreover, it won't take too long." Wu Yang didn't believe him and said, "How can it be so easy to advance?" Exhilarating chuckled, "Ancestor, don't look at the problem with your old eyes. In the past, when we were in our hometown, it was indeed difficult to level up, but that was because our way of training was wrong. Now, there's no such problem. With the new way of training and the various methods and treasures, leveling up is much easier." Gao Yi nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed so. Advancing now is so fast that sometimes even we can't believe it." The advancement of the upper echelons of the hidden sect was great news for the hidden sect. It meant that the hidden sect had a certain level of self-protection. Lei Xingfeng also understood that in the hidden sect, only a small number of people could advance to the monarch realm. Most of them would stop at the Daolord realm at most. Even so, it was still a very impressive achievement. In their hometown, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. It was almost impossible to achieve such result. Wu Yang and the others took this opportunity to ask many questions. They were all questions about cultivation. In the mirror world, Lei Xingfeng was the only one among the upper echelons who could answer everyone's questions. No one else could. Unknowingly, Lei Xingfeng's position was already solidified. After answering everyone's questions, Lei Xingfeng returned to the underground river. The restrictions here had recovered quite a bit. However, after the spatial restriction was completely destroyed, it was no longer a threat to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng passed through the restriction that had brought him great benefit. Lei Xingfeng continued to walk forward. After a while, he encountered another restriction. The restrictions here were also layered. If no one had been here before, the density of the restrictions would definitely make one despair. The underground river was very narrow here. It was about 500 meters wide. The river bank was less than 10 meters wide, and there was a stone wall on the side. Lei Xingfeng began to be careful. He carefully observed the restriction formation. After a while, Lei Xingfeng muttered to himself, "Interesting. There is actually a spatial restriction. This restriction is interesting." Suddenly, someone said, "What spatial restriction? What is interesting?" Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He looked up and saw a person hanging on the stone wall. Chapter 782. Lei Xingfeng took a step back and said, "Who?" That person said indifferently, "Me." Lei Xingfeng said, "Who are you?" That person said, "I am me." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but want to curse. This guy was deliberately pestering him endlessly. That person saw that Lei Xingfeng was silent and said, "Why aren't you talking?" Lei Xingfeng also said indifferently, "What do you want to say?" That person said, "Keep asking." Lei Xingfeng wanted to say that person was crazy, but he knew that no one who could reach this place was easy to provoke. He didn't want to fight with people for no reason, so he said, "There's nothing to ask." That person laughed and then floated down from the high stone wall. Lei Xingfeng saw clearly that it was a wretched old man with a half-foot white beard. He really looked shifty, especially his two small eyes, which were rolling around. At first glance, he gave Lei Xingfeng the impression that this person was a scoundrel. Lei Xingfeng didn't pay attention to this guy and began to carefully examine the restriction formation in front of him. After learning about spatial restriction, Lei Xingfeng's understanding of restriction reached another level. If his cultivation advanced, it could be considered reaching another level. Lei Xingfeng learned spatial restriction, which was equivalent to his knowledge of restriction advancing. Exhilarating's understanding of restrictions had increased by leaps and bounds, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of all kinds of restrictions, especially compound-type restrictions. From what he could see, a true compound-type restriction required the existence of a space restriction, and a compound-type restriction with a space restriction was a true killing weapon against experts. So when Lei Xingfeng slightly observed the restriction formation in front of him, he found that this formation didn't have any signs of spatial restriction. This meant that this was a very common compound restriction formation. Even if it had good attack power, it was nothing special. That person saw that Lei Xingfeng was just staring at the restriction formation and couldn't help but say, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Lei Xingfeng said curiously, "What are you talking about?" That person squinted and said, "Well, do you have any treasures?" Lei Xingfeng said, "What do you mean?" That person said, "If you have treasures we can trade. How about it?" Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, "Not interested, but if you have thunder-type treasures, I can consider it." That person said, "I have something even better than any lightning-type treasures. As long as you have the treasures I need." Lei Xingfeng looked at him suspiciously. But in just a moment he smiled and said, "You don't mean you want to trade the position of the seven-colored light for treasures?" That person suddenly, he said he, How do you know?" Exhilarating spoke indifferently, "I was the one who discovered it." That person cried out, How is this possible?" Lei Xingfeng said, "How is it not possible? You probably got the position from Xingfeng and probably spent a lot of treasures. You want to find some treasures to make up for it? Well, I guess that's about it. Oh, then you want to trade for the jade bud?" That person said nervously, "Jade bud? Longevity bud? Where is it?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "I don't know. Haha, use treasures to trade for it. Remember, I only want thunder-type treasures. Things like the jade bud couldn't be taken away. Just like the seven-colored light, it couldn't be collected. It could only be taken to the location which was the coordinate. Only by going there personally could one have a chance to let one's seal absorb it." Lei Xingfeng felt strange. This guy exchanged for the seven-colored light, but why didn't he exchange for the jade bud? However, he quickly guessed the reason. He probably didn't have any treasures that were suitable for Xingfeng. In other words, he might have a few treasures that Xingfeng needed, but he could only exchange for the location of the seven-colored light and not the jade bud. That person hesitated and said, "I do have a few thunder-type treasures, but where is the jade bud you mentioned? If there's nothing there, then I'll lose." Lei Xingfeng said lightly, "If you don't want to trade, then forget it. I don't care now." That person was stunned. He said, You. How dare you?" This hit the other party's weak spot. That person knew what a jade sprout was and knew that it could prolong one's life. For high-level cultivators, it was a battle against time. No one would overlook such a treasure. In fact, as long as this person turned back and walked downstream along the underground river, he would be able to find the jade bud. Unfortunately, he didn't know and went the wrong way. Of course, he was anxious. Lei Xingfeng said, "Are you going to trade or not? If not, I'm leaving." How could he not trade? Even if there was another chance, that person wouldn't give up. He said, "Yes, I'll trade." Lei Xingfeng said, "If I'm not satisfied with the treasures you offer, I won't trade. So, find something that moves me, hee. If he didn't bully him now, when would he bully him?" Lei Xingfeng was very happy about this. If he wanted it, then take it. If not, then forget it. With this attitude, that person was at his wits' end. He couldn't give up this opportunity to extend his life, no matter the price. That person could only compromise and couldn't be stubborn. He was secretly regretting that he should have built a good relationship with Lei Xingfeng from the start. Now, he was ruined by his strange temper. Just thinking about it made him feel unhappy. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry, I won't lie." That person pursed his lips and said, "Even if you lie, the next time we meet, it will be a life and death situation. I believe that no one wants to make an expert as an enemy." This was also a kind of unspoken rule. Generally speaking, if there was no deep hatred between them, they would give way to each other. The battle between experts was very cruel. They would easily find your hometown and wipe out your entire family. Even if they couldn't kill you, they would disgust you to death. Hence, between experts, everyone had their own concerns and didn't want to go too far. That person said, "Oh, right. What's your name?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Introduce yourself first. Is there anyone as rude as you?" That person was annoyed by Lei Xingfeng and said, "I'm Rainy." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "What?" He dug his ears and said, "Rainy? Your name?" That person said, "My name is Yu Dian. Everyone is used to calling me Rainy. Why? Can't I use this name?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You can. Of course you can. Alright, then I'll call you Rainy. I'm Lei Xingfeng. You can just call me a phone." Yu Dian rolled his eyes and said, "Alright, you should tell me your address." Lei Xingfeng nodded and was about to speak when he reacted and said, "Rainy, you're a little unkind. Do you want to exchange? If you don't want to, then forget it." Yu Dian hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, I want to exchange. This, and this. 3 Thunder-type treasures. How about that?" He took out 3 Thunder-type materials. Lei Xingfeng looked at them briefly and sneered. "These things aren't treasures at all. They're just Thunder-type materials." Yu Dian shamelessly said, "How are they not treasures? These are rare materials, all right?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Rare materials aren't bad, but they're still far from treasures. The treasures I'm talking about are things like rainbow light and jade sprouts, or thunder-type treasures." Yu Dian jumped up and said, "Thunder-type treasures?" Lei Xingfeng was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "Of course, thunder-type treasures are treasures. I want an equal exchange. If not, who's going to exchange with you?" Yu Dian was anxious. It was very difficult to get a treasure. Sometimes it was even a narrow escape. Of course, it would be painful to give it away. He muttered to himself for a while, but the temptation of the jade sprouts was too great. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Actually, I have a thunder-type treasure." Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to have such a treasure. He was instantly overjoyed and said, "Really? Let me see." Yu Dian hesitated for a while, and took out a large piece of Lei Xingfeng had never seen before. It was 2 feet long and as thick as an adult's thigh. It shone brightly, and there was actually an empty space in the middle. One could see a bolt of lightning rolling inside. Lei Xingfeng reached out his hand to take it. Yu Dian dodged and said, "Hey, you can take a look, but there's no need to touch it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Come closer. Don't worry, I won't snatch it. I just want to take a closer look." Yu Dian said, "Stand still. I'll bring it over for you to take a look." Lei Xingfeng immediately stood still. He even put his hands behind his back and said, "Is this okay?" Yu Dian then lifted the large piece of thunder crystal and said, "Take a look." Lei Xingfeng stared at the interior of the large piece of thunder crystal. After a long time he said, It's not a complete treasure yet. It's only a half-finished product. Yu Dian said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Damn it. Why don't you show me a half-finished product?" Lei Xingfeng suppressed his excitement. His hands were trembling. This was the treasure he needed the most. If it was before, it would be fine. However, after he unraveled the secret of the 7th floor of Lei Yin, he had an incomparable desire for thunder-type treasures. This was something that could change one's fate. He hurriedly said, Okay. This can be considered a treasure. You won't use this to exchange for the jade sprout, right?" After pacifying him, Lei Xingfeng deliberately suppressed him. He didn't want this guy to use this treasure to demand an exorbitant price. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to take it. Yu Dian said, "That's it. There's only this treasure and 3 thunder-type materials. Do you want to trade?" Lei Xingfeng deliberately pondered for a long time. Just as Yu Dian was about to explode, he said, "Okay, I'll take a loss. I'll trade. Give me the items and I'll tell you the address." Yu Dian flipped his hand and the large piece of thunder crystal disappeared. He laughed and said, "You can't trade like this. If you just give me an address and I go there, there'll be nothing. That'll be a big loss." Lei Xingfeng's heart sank. However, he wasn't willing to be outdone. He spread out his hands and said, "Since you're not assured, then forget it." With an indifferent look, he turned around and left. Yu Dian angrily shouted and said, "Hey, how can you be like this? We can talk about it." Seeing Lei Xingfeng about to leave, even if he knew that Lei Xingfeng was just putting on an act, he still couldn't bear it. The jade sprout was too important to him. In fact, he didn't know that Lei Xingfeng was even more anxious than him. Chapter 783. Lei Xingfeng said, "How about this? We're not familiar with each other, so let's both take a step back. You give me the things, and I'll take you to the jade sprout. How about it?" Yu Dian thought for a moment. He knew that if this was not the case, Lei Xingfeng would never tell him the location of the jade sprout. If Lei Xingfeng took him there, it would not be a bad idea. After hesitating, he took out 3 thunder attribute materials and said, "I'll give you the materials first. When we reach the destination, I'll give you the treasures." Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said, "That works too." He thought of an idea. Even if they reached the destination, he would not be afraid of Lei Xingfeng going back on his word. Yu Dian was relieved. He was also afraid that the two of them would not reach an agreement. He was determined to get the jade sprout. Lei Xingfeng directly opened the door. With the support of the mirror realm, his door could be opened in many places without the need for the mirror realm. This was also a benefit of his recent advancement. Yu Dian gave the 3 high-level thunder attribute materials, then followed Lei Xingfeng into the door. In fact, he did not notice that if it were him, he would not be able to open the door. When they arrived at the jade sprout, Yu Dian saw the smoky bug and said happily, "There really is smoke liquid. Ha 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 ha." Lei Xingfeng said, "Give it to me." Yu Dian looked at Lei Xingfeng and said, "Don't worry, I'll give it to you." He took out a large thunder crystal and handed it to Lei Xingfeng and said, "If I don't give it to you, what will you do?" Lei Xingfeng grinned and said, "I'll quickly destroy this jade sprout so that you won't get a single jade sprout. I'll get 3 thunder attribute materials for free." Yu Dian sighed and said, "Sure enough. All right, I won't do such a stupid thing. In fact, even if you didn't destroy the jade sprout, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. You know, I'm going to use the seal to absorb the jade sprout. At this time, if you were to interfere, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. If everyone is honest, things will be easier." He took the big thunder crystal and quickly left. Yu Dian watched as Lei Xingfeng opened the secret door and left. Only then did he relax and boldly absorb the jade bud. When he was about to leave, he realized that he couldn't open the secret door. He was secretly surprised. Is this guy so strong? Strange, why can't I see it? He had no choice but to search for a way out. Lei Xingfeng returned to his original place and appeared at the dark river. He didn't stop at all and directly returned to the mirror realm. He didn't expect to use the jade sprout to exchange for a thunder attribute fey. This made him feel that his luck was already heaven-defying. To him, the jade sprout was already a priceless item, but the thunder attribute fey nurtured by the big thunder crystal, even if it was just a fey that had just matured and didn't have intelligence, was a priceless treasure to him. No matter what the trade was, it was worth it. After returning to the room, Lei Xingfeng couldn't wait to take out the big thunder crystal. This was the first time he had seen such a large big thunder crystal. It was probably because of this kind of big thunder crystal that a thunder attribute fey could be produced. Lei Xingfeng held the big thunder crystal and his eyes flickered with silver light. He saw the image of the fey within the big thunder crystal. It was only an image, but it was filled with thunder and looked like a silver snake. It had a slender body and an extremely fine horn on its head. It was moving up and down inside the big thunder crystal. From time to time, it would absorb some thunder and lightning from the big thunder crystal, and then spit it out. It was an extremely fine current that flickered with silver light. It was a pity that its body wasn't solid yet. Its entire body would occasionally turn into a ball of thunder and then into a slender silver snake. In Lei Xingfeng's eyes, there was nothing more beautiful than this slender silver snake. He could faintly see the slender silver snake's two eyes. They were actually pure blue and extremely fine. No matter how he looked at it, it was beautiful. Lei Xingfeng simply couldn't put it down. His mouth was constantly muttering, "Good treasure, good treasure." This intense goodwill directly penetrated into the big thunder crystal. The thunder attribute fey seemed to have sensed Lei Xingfeng and suddenly stopped moving. It turned its head towards Lei Xingfeng and looked at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng was delighted and whispered, "Little guy, follow me in the future. You will have a good place to stay." Feys were rather sensitive. Even though it hadn't developed intelligence, it could instinctively sense if the other party had any ill intentions. When the silver snake stopped, it stared at Lei Xingfeng for a moment before it started to wander inside the big thunder crystal again. It didn't show any signs of uneasiness. Immediately after, Lei Xingfeng discovered that at the bottom of the big thunder crystal, there was actually a flower that was so fine that it was almost invisible. In order to take a closer look, Lei Xingfeng's eyes rapidly flickered with silver light. In an instant, he could clearly see that this flower was much smaller than a sesame seed. There was a total of 3 flowers, 1 big and 2 small. The biggest flower was only about half the size of a sesame seed, while the small one was like a needle tip. Relying on this pair of mystical eyes, Lei Xingfeng was able to see it clearly. The pale silver petals were a little similar to a lotus flower. In the middle, there was an extremely fine flower bud. This flower was also emitting traces of fine electric arcs. Lei Xingfeng noticed that every time the silver snake moved, it would take a bite of the fine electric arcs that would shoot out from the flower's core. It would then flip over and rise up. Going back and forth, it didn't seem to be bored. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood that this fey should have been born from this flower. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't know what kind of flower it was. A natural fey was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. If one was sincerely looking for it, they might not encounter it in their lifetime. However, if one was lucky, they might encounter it when they went out. This was something that Lei Xingfeng firmly believed without a doubt. At this point, Lei Xingfeng needed to modify his Lei Yin. He had a ready-made reference object. Because Lei Xingfeng was proficient in restrictions, there was still a possibility of modification. If he didn't understand restrictions, then it was practically hopeless. Using restrictions to guide, modify, and adjust the entire seal structure, then let Lei Yin shine with new life. Now, Lei Xingfeng's understanding of seals had greatly improved. He had always thought that seals were inanimate objects, but now, he had a different view. Seals were alive. Especially after obtaining a fey, the entire seal would change. After pondering for 2 days, Lei Xingfeng wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This matter was a little big, and he didn't dare to act rashly. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. Once he made a mistake, it would be very difficult to modify. It was best to succeed in one go. Even if his hands and feet were small and the modifications were small, he couldn't afford to make a mistake. This required Lei Xingfeng to grasp the knowledge of seals. Although he understood his own seals very well, he didn't know much about other people's seals. Fortunately, he had obtained the pagoda-shaped 7-story Lei Yin, which gave him a lot of inspiration. There was still a fire seal that he hadn't carefully studied. After storing the big thunder crystal, Lei Xingfeng took out a peeled Lei Yin and carefully observed it. This Lei Yin's fei was very different from the big thunder crystal's fei. It gave Lei Xingfeng the feeling that one was domesticated, while the other was naturally wild. There should be an essential difference between the two. The big thunder crystal's fei had better growth and was more powerful, while the Lei Yin's fei was much weaker. Of course, the Lei Yin's fei was still stronger than the big thunder crystal's fei, but this was in terms of potential. The two were different, and the big thunder crystal's fei was better. Lei Xingfeng started to analyze the Lei Yin again. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for a long time before he could start on this matter. He didn't expect that after returning to the fantasy sky realm, he would trade for a thunder attribute fei. Therefore, this hurdle didn't exist anymore. In addition, he had obtained 3 high-grade thunder attribute materials. With this as the basis, there was hope to construct a new Lei Yin. After studying the Lei Yin, he spent another 7 to 8 days. By the time he completely understood the mystery of this Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng felt abnormally exhausted. However, he knew in his heart that this was far from enough. As he had been staring at the Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng's eyes couldn't take it anymore. After storing the Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng walked downstairs. The wooden shed in the courtyard was abnormally lively. Just as Lei Xingfeng walked out of the door, a black shadow swooped down from the sky. He heard, "Wah caw caw, long time no see. Did you miss the bird?" Lei Xingfeng slightly tilted his head. The black bird had already landed on his shoulder. It energetically used its sharp beak to comb Lei Xingfeng's hair. Then, Lei Xingfeng saw Lei Xian Yao sitting in the wooden shed. When she saw Lei Xingfeng come out, her face was full of joy. She said, "Brother, come here." Lei Xingfeng quickly walked over and said, "Yao Yao has come out of seclusion. Let me see how your cultivation is going." Lei Xian Yao giggled as she looked at Lei Xingfeng. With just a glance, Lei Xingfeng was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. Mid-grade monarch, what kind of concept was that? Thunderstorm said, "Yao Yao is amazing. In the secret sect, she's second only to you. Afong, you have to work hard. Otherwise, your sister will catch up to you." Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, release your wooden seal. Let me see." Lei Xian Yao walked out of the wooden shed and released her wooden seal. Her wooden seal was a tree. It was the size of a fist and shone with a green light. The tree trunk, branches, and leaves were lifelike. Especially on the tree trunk, there was a small person. That was the spiritual creature Xiaoling. Xiaoling's 2 legs were constantly kicking back and forth. It was also playing with an extremely thin branch in its hand. It had a satisfied expression as it sat on the branch. Its small mouth opened and closed, but no one knew what it was saying. Lei Xingfeng carefully observed Lei Xian Yao's wooden seal. As expected, he discovered the secret behind Lei Xian Yao's rapid advancement. It was because of Xiaoling that the entire cultivation process was different. Especially since Xiaoling had spiritual intelligence, this was a great help to Lei Xian Yao. After a brief analysis of the wooden seal's structure, Lei Xingfeng understood the principle behind it. As for the details, he didn't look into it. He couldn't look into it either. It was too complicated. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, little sister, keep it." Lei Xian Yao naturally held Lei Xingfeng's arm and asked, Why do you want to see my wooden seal? Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, Because I want to find something to reference. And I'll be modifying my own Lei Yin in the near future. Everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. The seal could be modified. Chapter 784. Wu Yang asked curiously, Feng, are you planning to modify Lei Yin? How? No one would think of modifying their own seal. This was simply wishful thinking, it was completely impossible. Even Thunderstorm's face revealed a serious expression. He said, Feng, are you confident? This will be very dangerous. Lei Xingfeng said, I know it's very dangerous, but if I want to go further, I have to modify Lei Yin. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate to the peak of Sovereign King. Everyone was completely speechless. He was already thinking about cultivating to the peak of Sovereign King. What else did he need? He actually still wanted to advance. This was too exciting. Wu Yang said, Are you confident? Gucci said, Is it safe? Lei Xingfeng said, Of course, I have some confidence. I still need to continue researching. As for whether it's safe or not, I really don't know. Of course, if I don't have confidence, I won't do it. Thunderstorm said, Yes, try not to take too much risk. It's not worth it. Everyone was talking at once. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Lei Xingfeng was getting further and further away from everyone. Just by looking at what he did, it was difficult for others to copy him. Lei Xingfeng asked, Aren't you all cultivating? Why are you all back? Wu Yang said, I called them back. The big crack is not safe recently. Lei Xingfeng asked, What's wrong? Are there outsiders or star beasts coming? Gucci said, Yes, there are traces of outsiders. For safety, that's why I called them back. We can't meet them face to face. The difference in strength between the two sides is too big. Lei Xingfeng nodded, That's good. It's good to avoid them. Everyone, if you have time, go and dig. I've already marked the secret door in the mirror realm. Wu Yang said, I've already organized people to dig in. Lei Xianyao said, Brother, can I go to the fantasy sky realm with you? Lei Xingfeng was a little hesitant. He didn't want his little sister to take the risk at all. However, his little sister's current strength was indeed a little surprising. She could actually reach the intermediate Sovereign King level. He had been outside for so many years, but he had never seen a female who could reach the Sovereign King level. Thunderstorm sighed and said, Feng, take your little sister with you. She's not weak. With you looking after her, it's not a big problem. She can't always cultivate at home. She has to go out. Xen Yao coquettishly shook Xian Feng's arm and said, Bring me there. Lei Xingfeng, Lei Xingfeng, Lei Xingfeng, Lei Xingfeng Yang Feng. Lei Xingfeng, 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 Shui, Xingfeng. Xian Feng spoke. What are you going to do? Do you want to die? The blackbird said in exasperation, Why you look down on people? No, look down on birds. Are birds that bad? Xian Yao didn't dare to plead for him. She looked at Hein Yao's eyes helplessly. Lei Xingfeng said, If you want to go, it's fine, but it doesn't matter if you live or die. Blackbird said, Don't worry, even if something happens I won't blame you. The bird will run away by itself. Xian Yao giggled and said, Bird beauty is very powerful, once it escapes, no one can catch it. Lei Xingfeng snorted and said, If you're in a restrictive spell, it's useless no matter how fast you run. At that time, you will become a dead bird. The blackbird said disdainfully, Are birds that stupid? Will the bird catch you? As long as you're fine, the bird is fine. Lei Xingfeng is too lazy to argue with the blackbird. Once this guy gets excited, he can keep arguing with you. Even if he can't argue with you, he will annoy you to death. Xian Yao said, Are we going to Fantasy Sky Realm now? Lei Xingfeng said, No, we still have to wait for a while. I need time to study Lei Yin, so I won't go to Fantasy Sky Realm for now. Xian Yao said disappointedly, Okay, then I'll wait. Lei Xingfeng comforted her. Don't worry, since I promised to bring you there, I won't go back on my words. Only then did Xian Yao smile and sit down. The black bird also flew to her shoulder and flattered. Yao Yao sis, bird will accompany you in your adventure. Lei Xingfeng almost fell down, he said. Bird Bud, what did you say? The black bird said proudly. Bird said it will accompany Yao Yao sis to Fantasy Sky Realm. His tone was extremely proud, making Lei Xingfeng's head full of black lines. Lei Xingfeng sat in his room, thinking hard. With Xian Yao's wooden seal as a comparison, his understanding of seals deepened. He had been pondering in his room for dozens of days, during which he invited Wu Yang and other experts to observe their seals. No matter how high or low the seal was, the development of the seal always had a pattern to follow, which helped him a lot. If he were to recall his previous Lei Yin, he probably wouldn't be able to remember anything, so he needed a large number of seals for reference. Fortunately, there were many people in the secret sect, and there were also many practitioners, so he could observe other people's seals at will, and at the same time give them a few pointers, so the people in the secret sect all hoped to come to Lei Xingfeng's room. Even if Lei Xingfeng didn't give them any pointers, they still wanted to get closer to Lei Xingfeng. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't invite many people, and the people he invited had to at least have a bit of standard. Their strength wasn't too bad, and they were quite targeted. After studying for so long, Lei Xingfeng became more and more confident. The more he compared it with the Lei Yin he obtained, the more Lei Xingfeng admired it. The other party's Lei Yin was open, but his own Lei Yin had already undergone a transformation, and was only half open. Compared to when he first started condensing the Lei Yin at that time was closed, and it was completely closed. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The completely open Lei Yin had a great future, and it was also very inclusive. The power it displayed was also at a terrifying level. Lei Xingfeng had already decided that his Lei Yin would become an open Lei Yin no matter what, so that he could increase his strength faster. Luckily, his Lei Yin was no longer closed. If it was, he wouldn't be able to change it. Luckily, he had received Xingfeng's guidance, or else he really wouldn't know what to do. Of course, without Xingfeng's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to reach the high-level monarch king level. But Lei Xian Yao was completely different. Ever since she obtained Shaoling, the entire wooden seal was managed by Shaoling, and after these years of development, it naturally became a completely open wooden seal. So she leveled up faster than Lei Xingfeng, and her foundation was extremely solid. This was also the reason why he was willing to bring Lei Xian Yao along if she wanted to follow him. His little sister's strength, from the wooden seal, could be seen by 70 to 80%. She was quite strong. As for how much battle power Lei Xian Yao had, Lei Xingfeng didn't have much expectations. After all, she was a wood-type practitioner. Her battle power was relatively weak. But the wood type also had its advantages. Its vitality was very strong, and its defense was also very strong. It was the kind of existence that was hard to kill. As time passed, Lei Xingfeng slowly formed his own thoughts on how to change Lei Yin, and he also had his own ideas. What he needed to do now was to find the shortcomings, the possible points of failure, and the flaws in the implementation method. This was very time-consuming, and some things still needed to be verified. However, even if Lei Xingfeng was very tired, it was also the most enjoyable period of time he had spent in the past few decades. When he had nothing to do, he would go downstairs to eat some delicious food, find a few friends to chat, and his whole body would relax. No matter what, before it was very tiring, and now it was finally peaceful, to the point that he didn't want to go to the Fantasy Sky Realm for the time being. He hoped to wait until Lei Yin was changed before going to the Fantasy Sky Realm. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. Other than studying Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng also consciously exerted influence on Lei Yin when he cultivated, making Lei Yin gradually develop in the direction he wanted. This involved all kinds of materials, energy, and changes in restrictions, just like making a bonsai. A tree needed to be reshaped with iron wire, and he was now reshaping his own Lei Yin. During this time, Lei Xingfeng also brought Lei Xin Yao to the fantasy sky realm, mainly for the jade sprout, and let her absorb it. Then he went to the rainbow light, and specially refined the true body, and also gave her the rainbow water to refine the wooden seal. In this process, little Ling benefited the most. When they went to the jade sprout, Lei Xingfeng found that the stock of jade sprout had decreased by a lot. Someone probably used this place to trade, and many experts of the fantasy sky realm came over. What surprised Lei Xingfeng the most was that little Ling directly plucked all the remaining jade sprout. She said that she could continue to cultivate them, and that she could place them in Lei Xin Yao's wooden seal to cultivate. The cultivated jade sprout would be of much higher quality than the ones produced here. Lei Xingfeng firmly believed that with spiritual items to cultivate, the wood element was an expert in plants, although Lei Xingfeng didn't think that the jade sprout was a plant. At this point, the Death Chapter no longer had any jade sprout. After seeing the fantasy sky realm, Lei Xin Yao felt that she should go out with her brother. Just one trip to the fantasy sky realm allowed little Ling to grow. Little Ling's growth was equivalent to Lei Xin Yao's growth. Little Ling's importance to Lei Xin Yao was about the same as the wooden seal. The black bird also benefited from eating some jade sprout, and even flew into the rainbow light. Lei Xingfeng didn't know what benefits it obtained, but it shamelessly asked for some rainbow water, and directly drank it. Anyway, after messing around for a while, Lei Xingfeng didn't find any problems with the blackbird. It didn't have a stomachache, nor did it go crazy. Anyway, it was still a very normal bird. The only change was that the blackbird seemed to have decreased a lot. Lei Xingfeng didn't mind, his thoughts were all on Lei Yin. He could already see the light of success. Today, Lei Xin Yao came to Lei Xingfeng's room again. She brought the blackbird with her and sat beside Lei Xingfeng with a smile, saying, "Brother, when are you going to the fantasy sky realm again?" The blackbird flew from Lei Xin Yao's shoulder and landed in the corner of the room. It directly stuffed its head under its wings, and its body began to emit a rainbow light. Lei Xingfeng turned his head and saw it, asking, "What's wrong with it?" Little Ling appeared from Lei Xin Yao's shoulder and said softly, "It's just pretending to be dead. This damn bird has been like this recently." Chapter 785. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Little sister, wait a little longer. I'm still thinking about spirit items." Xiao Ling poked her head out from Lei Xingyao's collar. "Are you talking about me?" She had always been very sensitive. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the lightning element spirit item." Xiao Ling was shocked. "Wow, there's a lightning element spirit item. Can I see it?" Lei Xingfeng smiled. "No problem." Then, he took out the big lightning crystal and placed it on the ground. Xiao Ling flew down and stood in front of the big lightning crystal. Of course, she didn't dare to get too close. The big lightning crystal was lightning element and was rather harmful to spirit items. However, the big lightning crystal wasn't activated, so the danger was very small. Xiao Ling bit her finger and stared at the spirit item swimming up and down in the big lightning crystal. After a long time, she said softly, He's so dumb." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. "This spirit item hasn't developed intelligence yet. How smart do you think it is?" Xiao Ling said, "I have a way to make it grow." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. "What?" Xiao Ling was so scared that she shrunk into Lei Xingyao's collar and said softly, "Ing, so scary." Lei Xingyao smiled. "Lin Ling, don't be scared. Good girl." Lei Xingfeng knew that he had lost his composure and quickly comforted her. "Xiao Ling, don't be scared. You're really amazing. You actually have a way to make a spirit item grow? Tell me, what method do you use to make a spirit item grow?" Xiao Ling poked out half of her head and said, "I'm the one and only Xiao Ling. Of course I have a way. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Ing. Lei Xingfeng quickly said, I believe you. Of course, I believe you. I knew Xiao Ling was the best. Even he had to suck up to her, even if she was just a spirit item. Xiao Ling was immediately happy. In fact, she was rather simple and had a kind of fear towards people, but she also liked to get close to people. Hearing Lei Xingfeng's praise, she temporarily forgot her fear and said, You can grow with the 10,000-year spirit liquid. Exhilarating was stunned. Actually, he already had the 10,000-year spiritual liquid in his hidden Luan space, but he rarely thought of it as he had never been injured before, so he couldn't think of it. How do I use it? Drip the 10,000 years spirit liquid on the big thunder crystal? Spirity shook her tiny head. Her head wasn't much bigger than a broad bean, but it was so exquisite that it was shocking. She said, using a transfer formation. I don't know how to put it, but using a type of restriction to transfer the 10,000-year-old liquid inside. I don't really understand. Exhilarating, on the other hand, completely understood, because he knew about restrictions. This was a restriction that could change space, it could change things from the outside into the inside. Lei Xianyao comforted Lin Ling. Xiao Ling, don't worry, speak slowly. Xiao Ling said, it can't be explained slowly. I'm dying of anxiety. Lei Xingfeng said, Xiao Ling, don't worry, I already know how to do it. I'm just curious, will lightning-type spirit items eat the 10,000-year spirit liquid? Xiao Ling said angrily. Stupid, you're so stupid. Who said to give spirit items the 10,000-year spirit liquid? You're really stupid. Lei Xianyao laughed and said, Haha, brother, you're being looked down upon by Xiao Ling. Ha! Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, I'm stupid, Xiao Ling, then why should I transfer the 10,000-year spirit liquid into the space inside? Lin Ling looked as though she expected better from him and said, isn't there a lightning flower inside? This is for the lightning flower. Talking to you is really tiring. Exhilarating laughed until she slapped the ground and said, Brother, you also have your moments of stupidity. Ha! Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. Indeed, there were 3 extremely small flowers inside the big thunder crystal. He didn't expect it to be called the lightning flower, it was quite appropriate. So it was like this, the lightning flower was the spirit item's foundation. Once the foundation grew stronger, the spirit item would also grow stronger. Lei Xingfeng said, Thank you, Xiao Ling. Now that you've said it, I understand. Xiao Ling raised her head and made 2 proud sounds, indicating that she accepted Lei Xingfeng's gratitude. Lei Xingfeng didn't have the ability to set up a large space restriction. It wasn't that he didn't know, but that he didn't have enough materials. However, for an extremely small space restriction, especially one to transfer space, it wasn't difficult for Lei Xingfeng. He took out a long table and placed the big thunder crystal on one end. Then, he started to set up a small transfer restriction on the other end. This wasn't difficult for Lei Xingfeng at all. Moments later, he finished setting it up and took out a small bottle of 10,000-year spirit liquid. Just when he was about to put it in, Lin Ling said urgently, Hey, don't put it in, let me see first. Under Lei Xingfeng's signal, Lei Xingyao put Lin Ling on the table and put her hand next to her. Lin Ling never wanted to leave Lei Xingyao's side. Even when she was on the table, she had to hold on to a finger. She glanced at Lei Xingfeng's 10,000-year spirit liquid and said, This won't work, I'll give you a new one. This container won't work either. Never mind, I'll do it all. Then, Lin Ling took out a faint green fruit. This fruit was very small, only the size of a soybean. It looked very tender as though it would break with a touch. Lin Ling looked up and said, Put this in the restriction. By the way, you need to drip a drop of blood. And a gem, it's best if it's essence blood. Okay, that's it. Then, it climbed up Lei Xingyao's hand and quickly slid to Lei Xingyao's collar before turning and climbing in. Lei Xingfeng didn't even dare to grab it with his hands. Instead, He used an extremely thin piece to scoop up the fruit from below and carefully placed it in the restriction. Then, he carefully forced a drop of essence blood from his fingertip and dripped it on the fruit. He watched as the fruit sucked it in. After another round of calculations, he activated the restriction. In an instant, that light green fruit entered the interior of the large lightning crystal. In an instant, the fruit fell on top of the lightning flower. Countless small lightning bolts struck the fruit, and in an instant, the light green fruit exploded into a ball of light green fog, floating on top of the lightning flower. In this ball of green fog, there were traces of blood, which was Xianfeng's blood essence. Then, a shocking scene happened. The flower of lightning seemed to have been fed with hormones as it grew bigger. Moments later, the extremely small flower bloomed and grew bit by bit. Lei Xingfeng stared closely. Soon, the flower grew to the size of a thumb. The two almost invisible flowers on the side also grew to the size of a pinky finger. Then, he saw the silver snake flying up and down. It was about to solidify. The scales on its body began to become clear. Its two blue eyes flashed with slivers of silver light. What surprised Lei Xingfeng the most was that he actually felt a sense of closeness with the silver snake. Lin Ling popped her head out and said, "That's because your essence blood has been converted by the lightning flower. It's naturally close to you. When it has spirituality, it will only recognize you. Other people won't recognize you." Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He was still worried about how to get the recognition of the spirit item. He didn't expect this bit of essence blood to achieve his goal. Lei Xingyao praised, "My Xiaoling is the most capable." Lin Ling immediately became happy. Hee hee ing ing, hee hee. Lin Ling didn't feel anything when Lei Xingfeng praised her, but when Lei Xingyao praised her, she would be happy for half a day. Lei Xingyao was very proud. Her spirit item was very powerful and it gave her a lot of faith. She was especially happy that it could help her brother. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Can we continue to use the 10,000-year spirit liquid in the future?" Lin Ling said, "At least for a few years. Even if we use it, it won't have any effect. What I gave is the essence of the 10,000-year spirit liquid." Lei Xingfeng was slightly shocked. He immediately knew that Xiao Ling had put in a lot of effort. He thanked her sincerely. Lin Ling waved her hand and said, "No need to thank me. If you find anything good in the future, just give me some. It's mainly spirit herbs and spirit flowers. The more the better, ing ing." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's not a problem. I know what you guys need. Don't worry, as long as I find it, I will give it to you." Then, he took out the materials and treasures needed for wood element. To be precise, they were quasi-treasures. He didn't have any real wood element treasures. Lin Ling was so generous because Lei Xingfeng was Lei Xingyao's brother. Secondly, she obtained the jade sprout. Furthermore, after being cleansed by the rainbow water and rainbow light, Lin Ling also benefited a lot. Thus, she was willing to help Lei Xingfeng. Even Lei Xingyao didn't get that pale green fruit and gave it to Lei Xingfeng directly. This thing could definitely be called a treasure, and not an ordinary one. Even if Lei Xingfeng wanted to find such a treasure, it would be very difficult. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Looking at the silver snake spirit item in the big lightning crystal, Lei Xingfeng had a feeling of love from the bottom of his heart. This was probably due to the feeling of being connected by blood. Lei Xingyao smiled and called Lin Ling into her hand. She held Lin Ling and said, "Little money grubber, you're asking brother for things again." Lin Ling said, "Ing ing, he doesn't need it. It's better to give it to us than to give it to others." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Don't tease her. Hee hee, Xiao Ling really helped me a lot this time. She can make the spirit item grow quickly. This way, when I modify Lei Yin, the spirit item will be very useful." Lei Xingyao was also very happy. She said, "Brother, do I need to modify the wooden seal?" Lei Xingfeng said, "You have Lin Ling, you don't need to worry about the wooden seal at all. Your wooden seal is much stronger than mine, Lei Yin's." Lin Ling was unhappy. She pouted and said angrily, "With me here, do you still need to worry about the wooden seal?" Lei Xingyao happily poked Lin Ling's waist with her finger. Immediately, Lin Ling softened and laughed. "Haha, Ing, don't touch me. Haha, wah, Ing." The two played around for a while. Lin Ling didn't really get angry with Lei Xingyao. Chapter 786. The big thunder crystal had been placed on the table. Lei Xingfeng discovered that the big thunder crystal was being consumed very quickly. He slowly understood that due to the thunder flower's rapid growth, a large amount of big thunder crystals had been consumed. Therefore, the hole within the big thunder crystal was getting bigger. Lei Xingfeng knew that once the big thunder crystal was exhausted, the Fae would come out. Generally speaking, Faes had many natural enemies. Young Faes without wisdom would not be able to survive. Only if they were lucky enough to be obtained by a cultivator would they have a slight chance of survival. Therefore, if a Fae could rely on a cultivator, it would also be a way for it to grow. Since the Fae had absorbed Lei Xingfeng's essence blood, even if the big thunder crystal was exhausted, it would not leave. Instead, it would attach itself to Lei Xingfeng. Of course, if it did not absorb Lei Xingfeng's essence blood, it would still escape. Without the obstruction of the big thunder crystal, it would be very easy for the Fae to escape. The big thunder crystal was the Fae's nest and also the house where it grew. At the same time, it was also the source of energy for the Fae. The quality of the crystal was directly related to the Fae's growth. According to the consumption rate, the big thunder crystal would be exhausted before the Fae could grow strong enough. This would not do. Ordinary thunder crystals would definitely not work. Lei Xingfeng also had some big thunder crystals. He had obtained them from the magnetic storm mountain range. However, he did not intend to use them as he had better ones. In the fantasy sky realm, the stalagmite that Lei Xingfeng had obtained was the best natural crystal. The most wonderful thing was that the stalagmite crystal was suitable for any person or Fae, regardless of the attribute. Moreover, the effects were excellent. Lei Xingfeng took out the fine stalagmite and peeled off the stalagmite's outer shell. He quickly crushed the crystal into tiny crystals and used the spatial restriction to try to move the crystal powder into the big thunder crystal. The first time, Lei Xingfeng had only moved a very small amount. It was only a small amount. As the crystals fell onto the thunder flower, they instantly turned into a thick energy fog. This was the effect of the thunder flower. Countless tiny arcs of electricity shot out from the crystals, instantly turning them into fog. They floated up and down in the space of the large thunder crystal before being slowly absorbed by the thunder flower. After absorbing the stalagmite crystal, the originally silver thunder flower actually had traces of golden light. The silver snake floated up and down, taking a breath of the thunder flower every time. In less than an hour, the silver snake scales were embedded with an extremely fine golden edge. If one didn't have good eyesight, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. After moving in a small amount of crystal powder, Lei Xingfeng found that the processing ability of the thunder flower had clearly decreased. He knew that he couldn't put in too much crystal powder. He could only put in a little bit each time. However, this little bit was extremely beneficial to both the thunder flower and the silver snake. When Lei Xingyao left, she left behind a few bottles of 10,000-year spirit liquid. They were all obtained from Lin Ling recently. These 10,000-year spirit liquid were for Lei Xingfeng to provide to the thunder flower from time to time. With this treasure nourishing the thunder flower, it would eventually become a higher-grade treasure. After putting away the big thunder crystal, Lei Xingfeng continued to torment the Lei Yin. As his understanding of the Lei Yin deepened, he began to consciously change the Lei Yin. He would change it a little every day. It was impossible to rush for results, but it was possible to change it a little every day. Following his actions, the Lei Yin was also changing. Lei Xingfeng was very clear about this. After tormenting the Lei Yin, Lei Xingfeng continued to take out the Lei Yin he obtained and continued to study it. Every time he studied the Lei Yin, he would gain something and praise it endlessly. This thing was too amazing. Completely unimaginable ideas were reflected in the Lei Yin. No wonder this person was so strong. It was a pity that even such a strong master was killed by the space restriction in the end. After a few dozen days, Lei Xingfeng was almost done with his preparations. After a careful inspection, he came to the large crevice. The cultivation effect here was excellent, so he chose this place. This was a location he had scouted long ago. There was a natural energy mine underground. It wasn't big, only about 300 meters long and 10 meters wide. The reason he chose this place was because he needed to consume large amounts of energy. It was very difficult to rely on himself to replenish it. With this mine, he could directly use it, especially since it was very shallow from the surface. Not many people would come here. It was a rather remote place. The first step was to place the big thunder crystal in the Lei Yin. This step wasn't too difficult. This big thunder crystal was the central hub of the Lei Yin, the source of all the power. It was also the core of the Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng had already planned and arranged this location for a long time. He just needed to place it in the big thunder crystal. The only difficult part was that when Lei Yin absorbed the big thunder crystal, he couldn't treat it as an energy crystal. That would be tragic. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was very careful. He controlled Lei Yin and didn't let Lei Yin make the decision. He carefully placed the big thunder crystal into the Lei Yin and placed it in the location that Lei Xingfeng had planned. This process made Lei Xingfeng sweat profusely. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Lei Xingfeng did his best and didn't dare to relax. When the big thunder crystal was placed in place, Lei Xingfeng let out a sigh of relief. This was only the first step. The second step was to set up a spatial transfer restriction at the side of the big thunder crystal. It could transfer the 10,000-year spirit liquid and the stalagmite crystal powder that Lei Xingfeng had prepared into the big thunder crystal. This step was very crucial. Without the nourishment of these things, who knew how long the silver snake fei would have to grow? This was equivalent to nourishing the silver snake fei and the thunder flower, promoting their healthy and rapid growth. With the silver snake fei overseeing Lei Yin, the entire Lei Yin began to undergo earth-shaking changes. This was the moment when Lei Yin was completely transformed. With Lei Xingfeng's high attention and guidance, Lei Yin was rapidly transforming. Lei Xingfeng might be sitting on the ground, but this transformation was much more tiring than fighting with people and restrictions. The entire Lei Yin was transforming according to Lei Xingfeng's plan. All kinds of materials were also being absorbed by Lei Yin. Lei Yin's energy consumption was also increasing. In the beginning, Lei Xingfeng had still poured in a large amount of energy that he had refined himself. However, the transformation this time was extremely huge. It was equivalent to the entire Lei Yin being completely transformed. It was just like the original single-story house being demolished to build a new building. Both were houses, but the difference between the two was huge. After consuming a certain amount, Lei Xingfeng discovered a problem. As expected, there weren't enough energy crystals. Therefore, even though Lei Yin wasn't done with the transformation, he still released his true body. At this moment, his true body was very weak, but it was enough for him to use. He directly used his true body to lift up the ground and reveal the underground crystal vein. Lei Yin instantly created a huge suction force that directly absorbed the crystals in the underground crystal vein into Lei Yin. After a large amount of crystals were absorbed into Lei Yin, the energy shortage problem was solved. Of course, these crystals weren't as large as the energy crystals that Lei Xingfeng had refined. However, there were a lot of them and they were filled with energy. As for the excess dregs, Lei Yin would spit them out. In less than a day, a complete 300-meter-long energy crystal vein was absorbed by Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Even so, Lei Yin still didn't feel full. Lei Xingfeng had no choice but to put the large pieces of energy crystals that he had collected in his hidden Luan space into Lei Yin. Luckily, Lei Xingfeng had a habit of collecting. In a short period of time, he had used up more than half of the large pieces of energy crystals that he had collected. One had to know that he had collected a lot of energy crystals. All kinds of materials were used up, including the 3 lightning-type materials that he had traded with Lei Xingfeng. These were quasi-treasure lightning-type materials. Anyway, Lei Xingfeng hadn't found any himself. This time, the treasures that Yu Dian had provided had changed Lei Xingfeng completely. If he didn't obtain these treasures, even if Lei Xingfeng wanted to transform Lei Yin, it would take a long time. Finally, after using up 2/3 of the large pieces of energy that Lei Xingfeng had collected, Lei Yin quieted down. However, Lei Yin's interior was like a storm, and it started to change violently. At this time, Lei Xingfeng started to set up a connecting restriction. In other words, he was connecting his collection of Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng was very careful. He didn't think of connecting all 7 pieces of Lei Yin. He planned to try connecting 1 piece of Lei Yin. In other words, if he succeeded, his Lei Yin would be double-layered. What Lei Xingfeng didn't know was that this double-layered Lei Yin actually had a purpose. Those who were knowledgeable would know that this was the double-layered Lei Yin. This connecting restriction was something that Lei Xingfeng learned from the 7-layered Lei Yin. However, after careful consideration and reassembly, he even added some space restrictions to make the energy flow faster. According to his understanding, Lei Yin was an engine, and the real body was the outer shell. The engine was strong and the outer shell was hard. This was the key to being strong. The increase in power of Lei Yin and the rapid conversion of energy was the key. These concepts were formed in his previous life, and here, he directly applied them to his understanding of Lei Yin. Lei Xingfeng could be said to be the first person in the world to understand seals, real bodies, and energy in this way. Not to mention how powerful he was, but there definitely weren't other cultivators who could think and understand like him. Only by understanding the principles could one design what they needed. This was Lei Xingfeng's understanding. The connecting restriction was quickly formed. After all, Lei Xingfeng's understanding of restrictions had already surpassed countless cultivators. Furthermore, he had seen countless restrictions. Designing a connecting restriction wasn't a problem for him. Moreover, he was very cautious. He had repeatedly considered and verified the connecting restriction, so it was almost impossible for him to make a mistake. Originally, it would only take a moment. However, Lei Xingfeng forcibly used 2 hours to perfectly set up the connecting restriction and put it on Lei Yin. The moment the connecting restriction was completed, Lei Xingfeng threw out the Lei Yin that he had already prepared. In an instant, the 2 Lei Yin circled in the air. Because the Lei Yin that he had obtained had a fei, this Lei Yin wasn't willing to connect with Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin. However, this wasn't up to him. In a moment, Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin gained the upper hand and quickly suppressed the other Lei Yin. Chapter 787. There was a soft cracking sound, and the 2 Lei Yin were firmly fused together. In an instant, the 2 Lei Yin started to interact and influence each other. When the 2 Lei Yin were fused together, it was a double-layered Lei Yin. Immediately after, Lei Xingfeng could clearly feel the power of the fei in his Lei Yin. That wild and unbridled pressure spread out from the big thunder crystal. In addition, all of the restrictions in the Lei Yin were being used by the silver snake fei. The entire aura was completely different. The fei in the Lei Yin that he had obtained was immediately fearful of this violent pressure. Lei Xingfeng could also feel this. In just a few minutes, that Lei Yin fei was completely subdued. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. This way, he could use his Lei Yin to influence the other Lei Yin and not vice versa. In other words, Lei Xingfeng had the absolute initiative and occupied the dominant position. This was very important. If he didn't have this dominant position, it would be troublesome in the future. The reason why he didn't fuse all 7 Lei-yin together was due to his cautiousness. Now, it seemed that this was a very wise decision. If he didn't fuse 1 Lei-yin but 2 at the beginning, Lei Xingfeng's Fei wouldn't be able to suppress the Lei-yin. Once it failed, the Lei Xingfeng's Fei would grow separately. This was definitely not worth the loss for Lei Xingfeng. Why would he need a Lei-yin that couldn't work together? For the time being, he couldn't release his true body. Lei Xingfeng had to wait for the 2 Lei-yin to grow to a certain extent. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to stay here for long and immediately activated the mirror realm to return. This time, he didn't return to his room. Instead, he emerged from the courtyard. Lei Xingfeng's face was full of joy. This time, he had successfully fused with the Lei-yin. Although he hadn't seen the results yet, he knew that the probability of success was very high. Now, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to obtain a double-layered Lei-yin. Most of the secret sect's upper echelons were in the wooden shed, and this was their gathering point. As long as they had nothing to do, they would gather here to either discuss cultivation problems, exchange experiences, or ask Jean Depeng to make some delicious food. If Lei Xingfeng came back, it would be even better. He could ask Jean Depeng about his doubts. Lei Xingfeng wobbled his way to the wooden shed and found an empty seat. Hurry up and make some delicious food. As long as he didn't talk about cultivation with Jean Depeng, this guy would immediately appear when food was mentioned. He even brought a few waiters with him, carrying large plates filled with all kinds of delicious food. Lei Xingfeng glanced at it and smiled. It's bull beef. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Jean Depeng laughed. We just slaughtered 2 bulls. We raised a lot of them in the base. The bulls now are different from before. After so many years of cultivation, the meat has become more tender. Seeing the bull beef, Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but think of Tiger Cliff Castle. He didn't even know how many years it had been since he came to this world. Time seemed to pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, so many things had changed. Was he old? Bull beef was a delicacy in the mirror realm. Everyone liked it. Unfortunately, there was a limited amount, and only the upper echelons could eat it. Lei Xingfeng ate the braised bull beef in big mouthfuls. The feeling was really good. It reminded him of many things in the past. Lei Xingyao ate with tears in her eyes. She remembered the bull beef very well. Back in Tiger Cliff Castle, life was very difficult. If Lei Xingfeng hadn't taken care of her, it would have been very difficult for her to survive. Thunderstorm asked, Afeng, how is it? Do you still want to go this time? Lei Xingyao immediately raised her head and stared at Lei Xingfeng. She was very interested in the fantasy sky realm after going there once. Lei Xingfeng shook his head. I won't leave the mirror realm for the time being. I need some time to rest. He didn't tell Yi about the fusion of Lei-yin. He didn't want to worry about it. Almost no one would understand this method, so he didn't want to talk about it at all. After the meal, Lei Xingfeng would answer some questions as usual. Because the cultivation techniques changed very quickly, almost everyone in the secret sect learned from Lei Xingfeng. A lot of new ideas, and new techniques were popularized. The entire secret sect's level was greatly improved. Even Jean Dia and the others were able to reach the level of a beginner Dao Lord. This was the benefit brought by Lei Xingfeng. After more than 100 days, Lei Xingfeng finally fused with the Lei-yin. The double Lei-yin began to grow normally. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, it was growing. As for the silver snake, under Xianfeng's nurturing, it quickly grew stronger. On this day, everyone followed Lei Xingfeng to the open space in the mirror realm. Wu Yang said, Afeng, why did you call us here? Lei Xingfeng smiled. I want to test my true body. Please come and help me. Guqi asked, help with what? Lei Xingfeng said, wait for me to release my true body. Now everyone knew the importance of the true body. Everyone paid attention to the condensation of their true body. This meant that they would be able to attack and become stronger. So when they heard that Lei Xingfeng was going to release his true body, everyone present became excited. The true body of a high-level cultivator. Not just anyone could see it. Lei Xingfeng was actually looking forward to it. Who knew what kind of true body the double Lei Yin would be? Everyone stepped back to give Lei Xingfeng enough space. After releasing Lei Yin flew out and hung above Lei Xingfeng's head. At first glance, this Lei Yin was obscure and almost impossible to see clearly. There was only a faint shadow. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to notice it. Everyone let out a surprised gasp. No one's seal would be like this. Everyone thought that Lei Xingfeng's seal would be incomparably gorgeous, but they didn't expect it to only be a faint shadow. Immediately after, Lei Xingfeng released his true body. As soon as the 200-meter-tall true body was released, everyone was incredibly shocked. No one was able to remain standing, and they all quickly retreated. This might was almost corporeal, directly crushing down on them. Not to mention standing, even breathing became difficult. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Even Lei Xingyao couldn't stand still and kept stepping back. The others couldn't bear it and kept retreating. The true body was an enlarged version of Lei Xingfeng. Once the true body was released, Lei Xingfeng's true body actually disappeared. It wasn't like before, when they could still see the shadow of the true body. The true body was surrounded by two faint rings of light. It was very faint and almost impossible to see. Stretching his arms, kicking his legs, bending his waist, Lei Xingfeng felt very comfortable. The formless heavy feeling of the true body also disappeared. In a moment of excitement, Lei Xingfeng began to run. With a stomp, there was a loud bang. Wu Yang and the others watched as Lei Xingfeng charged forward. His speed was very fast. One must know that the true body never had speed. Good! Xianfeng roared as he turned around and ran back. Stopping, Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone, please help." Wu Yang said, "How?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Everyone, release your true body and attack me together." Everyone was stunned. Lei Xingfeng continued, "I want to test the strength of my true body. Don't worry, just attack. I won't fight back." Wu Yang said, "Together?" Not to mention that he was strong, ants could bite an elephant to death. Everyone present was an expert in the mirror world. Basically, all of them were here. Second senior brother Yuko said loudly, "Afeng, if we make a mistake and injure you, it won't be good." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's fine, just do it." Wu Yang said, "How about this, me, Gucci, Gao Yi, the three of us will test it out first. Then we'll increase our strength one by one. It'll be safer this way." Lei Xingfeng was a treasure in the mirror world. With him here, the entire mirror world had confidence, so no one wanted to hurt him. Gao Yi said, "That's good too. The three of us will do it together." The three of them released their seals and then their true bodies. Gao Yi said, "I'll go first." He was an ice cultivator. When he released his true body, the surroundings were cold. He had already done his best, but his true body was only 70 to 80 meters away. It only reached Lei Xingfeng's waist. Gao Yi roared and punched out. The huge fist was quickly covered in frost and smashed into Lei Xingfeng's stomach. Everyone watched with wide eyes. Lei Xingfeng's true body didn't move at all. They heard him say, "Not enough, not enough. More people come." Wu Yang and Gucci both released their true bodies and punched forward. Boom, boom, boom. Punches, kicks, and even headbutts rang out. Lei Xingfeng didn't move a single step. His true body stood steadily. Lei Xingfeng said, "Not enough, not enough. More, more." Everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of monster was this? Three experts didn't move at all. Lei Xingfeng didn't even try to resist. He just stood there and let them hit him. By now, everyone understood that Lei Xingfeng's level was beyond their imagination. Feng Qinzong and Yu Ko shouted, "Let's go together." Everyone released their seals and revealed their true bodies. At this time, they could clearly see the difference between them and Yi Shiwen. Basically, there were no more monarchs. The weakest were Dao monarchs. Everyone's strength wasn't bad. Of course, the strongest was Lei Xingyao. However, she wouldn't release her true body no matter what. Let her hit her brother? Even if it was a test, she wouldn't be willing. The entire arena was in a mess. It was truly a mess, with all sorts of attacks. Xianfeng stood there without moving, but he was a bit disappointed. To him, this was too weak. At first, it was just random attacks. Then, Lei Xingfeng lost his patience. He shouted, "Organize yourselves. Don't fight randomly. This is useless. Organize yourselves and fight." Everyone was speechless. He wanted them to attack together. Those who didn't know better would think that Lei Xingfeng was a masochist. Wu Yang also shouted, "Everyone, stop! Everyone, stop!" Gucci said, "This kind of attack is useless. Everyone, stop. Listen to your ancestors' orders." Only then did everyone stop. Wu Yang said, "Listen to my orders and attack. Do you all understand? No. Attacking randomly is useless." Chapter 788. Everyone stopped. Many of them were still in a daze. Someone said, "Why did we stop? I was having a blast." He wanted to continue complaining, but someone beside him kicked him and said, "Don't make a sound. Listen to the order." Wu Yang said, "When I give the order, everyone will attack together. We will form a circle with a Feng inside. Then, listen to my command. Understood?" Everyone shouted, "Understood." Wu Yang said, "Are you all ready? Surround the station. Yu Ko, where are you going? Also, Bai Tianming, why are you squatting on the ground?" Bai Tianming said embarrassedly, "I'm planning to attack a Feng's legs." Everyone laughed. Wu Yang could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He said, "All right, everyone is ready. Ready, fight." It was really uniform. As long as one could stand in the circle, they would either use their fists or kick. Only Yu Ko would charge headfirst. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lei Xingfeng did not move, but the others could not take it. This attack caused all kinds of lights to flash and the air to explode. Even the people around were affected and a group of people was overturned. Lei Xingfeng was still pondering. This attack was a little interesting, but it was far from enough. It seemed that it was difficult to test his true strength in the mirror world. There was no point in continuing. "All right, thank you everyone. The test is over." Most of the people fell to the ground. One by one, they withdrew their real bodies and got up. This attack had let them know how strong a true expert was. This time, even Wu Yang shook his head and sighed. He was not jealous of Lei Xingfeng, but he was thinking that if he met an expert like Lei Xingfeng outside, there would be no way to fight. From the fact that Lei Xingfeng did not fight back, it was clear that the gap was too big. If Lei Xingfeng fought back, who could withstand it? Everyone had an embarrassed look on their faces. This was too embarrassing. There were so many people fighting against one person. Not only was he not moved, he was also overturned. Lei Xingfeng also retracted his real body and recalled Lei Yin. He was very satisfied with his performance this time. Although he did not test how strong he was, it was not bad. There would be plenty of opportunities to test it in the future. If he wanted to find an enemy, it would be easy. Wu Yang came to Lei Xingfeng's side and said, "I don't think we'll be able to find out anything. You need a strong enemy to know your true level." Lei Xingfeng spread out his hands and said, "You can't always find an enemy just to test your level, right? Forget it, I'm not in a hurry anyway. Let's leave it at that for now." Wu Yang laughed and said, all right. A Feng is so powerful now. Our entire hidden sect can't beat you, haha." He was actually very pleased. With such an expert around, the hidden sect would be as stable as a mountain. Although everyone was embarrassed, they quickly felt relieved. Lei Xingfeng was not an outsider, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone followed Lei Xingfeng back to the wooden shed in the courtyard. However, Lei Xingfeng did not sit in the wooden shed for long. Soon, he returned to his room. Even if the attack just now did not shake him, he still gained a lot of experience. Compared to his previous combat experience, he gained a lot of experience. After releasing Lei Yin again and holding it in his hand, Lei Xingfeng's eyes emitted a silver light. He wanted to check how much energy Lei Yin had consumed. The result surprised Lei Xingfeng. There was no consumption. In other words, there was no consumption of energy at all. In the past, once he released his real body, he would have to burn energy crystals. The amount of energy consumed was quite frightening. If he wanted to fight, he would have to consume a lot of energy crystals. High-level cultivators were simply accumulated with materials and energy. Lei Xingfeng carefully pondered. Why was there no consumption of energy? This was completely illogical. However, after observing Lei Yin, he quickly found the answer. Energy circulation. Between the two Lei Yin, there was actually an energy circulation. The loss of energy was almost negligible. Lei Xingfeng could not help but be overjoyed. The double-layered Lei Yin actually had such a function. It was simply too amazing. After careful observation, Lei Xingfeng discovered a new restriction. He did not know what restriction it was, but he knew the function of this restriction. The function of this restriction was to exchange energy. Between the two Lei Yin, they could exchange energy with each other. For example, the real body's energy was not released but sealed. If it attacked, it would consume a certain amount of energy. If it defended, it would consume almost no energy. Unless the opponent's attack was especially strong, it would consume a portion of energy. This restriction was also naturally formed. This restriction inspired Lei Xingfeng greatly, so he began to study it carefully. At the very least, he had to figure out the principle, or rather, how to save energy. After studying it for a few days, Lei Xingfeng found that the complexity of this restriction was rarely seen. First of all, he was sure that this was a single restriction, not a compound restriction. It seemed that this restriction controlled energy. However, he still could not figure out how to control it. This aroused Lei Xingfeng's competitive spirit. He originally planned to go to the fantasy sky realm, but he temporarily stopped. If he could not figure out this restriction, he would not even be able to sleep, although he rarely slept now. He wanted to study this restriction. Once he entered the restriction, Lei Xingfeng did not sleep or rest. He analyzed and probed bit by bit. As time passed, he gradually began to understand some things. However, this restriction was indeed very complicated. Lei Xingfeng used a full 10 days to figure out the general situation. After finding a few breakthroughs, Lei Xingfeng's research speed suddenly accelerated. In the end, he overcame the difficulties and learned this restriction. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said to himself, "So the real place to learn restrictions is in my own seal. This is really King magical." He found all kinds of restrictions in Lei Yin. There were familiar ordinary restrictions, spatial restrictions that he had learned before, and energy circulation restrictions that he had just learned. There were all kinds of restrictions just like a big treasure house. Lei Xingfeng closed his eyes and recalled. He used to pay attention to Lei Yin in the past, but there were not so many restrictions. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand the main point. Just when he was depressed, suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He suddenly realized that the restrictions in Lei Yin in the past were very rigid. There were many restrictions, but the types were very few. This was not the problem of Lei Yin, but his own problem. When he advanced to the advanced level and began to use 2 layers of Lei Yin, the world changed. Because of his change, the Lei Yin also changed. This opened a door to an unknown cultivation direction. Lei Xingfeng gradually understood that as Lei Yin grew, there would be more restrictions in Lei Yin. There would be more restrictions that he did not know about. Furthermore, as he succeeded in using 3 layers of Lei-yin and 4 layers of Lei-yin, he would be able to learn more restrictions. As for why Lei Xingfeng did not continue to stack Lei-yin, it was because after hooking up with Lei-yin, he knew that he could not be anxious. He had to adjust the 2 layers of Lei-yin before he could attempt to hook up with the second layer of Lei-yin and form 3 layers of Lei-yin. Lei-yin did not have many years to grow, and Lei Xingfeng did not dare to recklessly hook up with other Lei-yin. Therefore, he temporarily put it aside and no longer considered hooking up with Lei-yin. The only thing that he would not put aside was the Fei and the Thunder Flower. Even if he took in Lei-yin, Lei Xingfeng would still need to pay attention to it. After all, the Fei was still young, and the Thunder Flower had not matured. They both required his meticulous care. Furthermore, the Fei was in Lei-yin and would be affected by Lei-yin. In addition, it had also been nourished by Lei Xingfeng's essence blood. Once it broke away from the big thunder crystal, it would treat Lei-yin as its home and affect the entire Lei-yin's development. With the thunder-type Fei, there was still not much of an effect, but as the Fei grew, Lei-yin's growth would be worth looking forward to. Lei Xingfeng could vaguely feel that the pagoda-shaped 7 layers of Lei-yin that he had obtained this time seemed to be fundamentally different from his own cultivation method. The reason why he had worked so hard to construct his own 2 layers of Lei-yin was because he could feel this difference and could not help but continue to pursue it. Lei Xingfeng originally thought that there was no way out, but unexpectedly, a new world had appeared. He was very satisfied in his heart. Finally, he had temporarily put everything down. Lei Xingfeng planned to leave the Mirror Realm and return to the Dark River from before. Lei Xingfeng called the servant over and informed Lei Xingyao to come over. Standing in the courtyard, Lei Xingyao hurried over, and the black bird also flew over. It had followed him once and obtained quite a lot of benefit. The black bird landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder, and its tone was extremely flattering. "Jie, you're going again. This bird is also following. Jie, bird's master, you are a great person. Jie." Lei Xingfeng said, "Shut up. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak nonsense." The black bird cawed and did not dare to continue speaking. It immediately used its beak to comb Lei Xingfeng's hair. This was one of its methods of flattery. Lei Xingyao giggled. She felt that it was very interesting to see the black bird being deflated. Usually, when she was with the black bird, this bird's mouth was simple and cheap, and it often argued with Lin Ling. Lei Xingyao sometimes felt very helpless. Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, I plan to enter the fantasy sky realm. Do you want to come with me?" Lei Xingyao said happily, Okay, I'll come with you." Lei Xingfeng said, "This time is a bit different. The place we went last time was not dangerous. This time, even I don't know what kind of danger there is. I can't protect you." Lei Xingyao raised her head proudly and said, "I'm a middle-level monarch king. I'm so powerful, I can defend against danger." Lei Xingfeng was a wood element and had a strong defense. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng was not worried and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he waved his hand towards the wooden hut. The people in the wooden hut looked on enviously as the brother and sister disappeared. They also wanted to go, but in their hearts they knew that if they followed, they would only implicate Lei Xingfeng. Moreover, they would not be safe. Therefore, none of them would suggest to follow Lei Xingfeng. Even Wu Yang, Guqi, and Thunderstorm would not suggest this. Chapter 789. They came to the underground river again. This was the place where Lei Xingfeng met Yu Dian. Rainy gave him the thunder attribute spiritual item and solved his problem. To be honest, he was quite grateful to her. This was Xian Yao's second time seeing the underground river. However, the last time she saw it was in a wide area, but the river here made her feel cold. The main thing was that the waves on the river were bright red, and under the illumination of the lightning, the color looked horrifying. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't go near the river bank. There are blood bugs and bloodthirsty bugs in the river. Hearing this name, Xin Yao felt her hair stand on end. She asked, "Is it dangerous?" Lei Xingfeng said, "As long as they release their real bodies, they won't be able to do anything to us. However, if they release their real bodies, it is indeed a little dangerous." Once Xin Yao heard this, she released her real body. Her real body was different. It was a tree, an emerald green tree. It could be said that it was very beautiful. The leaves were like jade, sparkling and translucent, with a faint green glow. Lei Xingfeng stood at the side and felt extremely comfortable. The green glow from the tree shone on his body, making his whole body feel warm. Lei Xingfeng believed that if he was injured, his injuries would recover quickly under this tree. This was Xin Yao's special ability. Xin Yao said, "Are we safe now?" Lei Xingfeng suddenly thought of a problem and said, "Little sis, if you release your real body, how are you going to walk?" This was a tree. A tree didn't have legs, only root. Xin Yao said, "It's easy to walk. I'll walk for you." Lei Xingfeng only took one look, and his eyeballs almost fell out. How was this walking? This was jumping. That extremely beautiful, emerald-like tree was jumping forward, but its speed was so slow that it made people feel hopeless. Lei Xingfeng said, "Stop, stop." Xin Yao said, "How is it?" Lei Xingfeng's face turned bitter. He said, "Little sis, this speed is not good. It's too slow. Once we meet an enemy, we won't be able to deal with them." Xin Yao said anxiously, "Then what do we do? I only know how to do this. Brother, you won't chase me back, right?" "Brother." Lei Xingfeng was at his wits' end. He said, "How about this, you wait here. Don't release your real body. The blackbird is above. I think your defense is fine. Wait here for me. If it takes too long and you're impatient, you can go back, okay?" Lei Xingfeng could only coax her. So he could only let Xin Yao and wait. Blood beast. In the river. Xin Yao asked in shock, "What is that?" Xin Feng spoke, "It's a very strange beast, but you don't have to be afraid after activating your true body. Furthermore, you don't lack energy crystals. Even if you use a few large ones, it'll be worth it, at least it'll be safe." The blackbird said, "Don't worry. With the bird here, everything will be fine." Lei Xingfeng shook his head. Although he hadn't brought the blackbird for a long time, Lei Xingfeng didn't think highly of its power. Just one look made the blackbird anxious. It cried out, "At least I can sense danger." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, I didn't say anything. You protect Yao Yao." He gave it a task to prevent it from crying out. The blackbird was very straightforward. "Don't worry unless the bird is dead. As long as the bird is still breathing, it will protect you." Ga Xin Yao said, "I knew bird Bud was the best." The blackbird immediately became arrogant. It stood on the tree with its head held high. In the end, it was kicked down by Lin Ling. Lin Ling said, "Damn bird, go away." In Xin Yao's real body, Lin Ling's power was abnormally strong. The blackbird had suffered a lot, so even if it was kicked down by Lin Ling, it didn't dare to say anything. It just flapped its wings and flew to another branch. Lei Xingfeng didn't care about Lin Ling and the blackbird's actions. He said, "I'm going in. You wait here." Xin Yao agreed and jumped to the stone wall. She didn't want to stand on the river bank. Luckily, there was still some distance from the river bank. She felt more comfortable. The blackbird stood on the tree. The top of the tree was occupied by Lin Ling. It could only stand on the second level. If it dared to fly up, Lin Ling would dare to kick it down. Lei Xingfeng looked at the restriction not far away. He was very emotional. The last time he wanted to go in here, a series of things happened. When everything was settled, his power had increased by a lot. A long time had passed. In the end, he still wanted to break through this restriction because he knew that no one had broken through it. The probability of finding treasures was very high. After carefully observing again, Lei Xingfeng finally broke in. This time, he still didn't release his real body. Relying on his deep knowledge of restrictions, he avoided the restriction nodes while looking for the restriction blank spots. He knew that there should be very few restriction blank spots here. It was mainly because the space here was limited. After the restriction was formed, it was naturally very compact. Luckily, there were no traces of a space restriction here. This made Lei Xingfeng feel very relieved. Even if he encountered a space restriction, he would still be nervous. Space restriction could be said to be mysterious and unpredictable. It was very difficult to grasp. If he didn't have a lot of confidence, he wouldn't touch it if he could. Of course, if he had to enter the space restriction formation, Lei Xingfeng wasn't afraid. After all, there was a big difference between knowing and not knowing. His biggest assurance was that he wouldn't be trapped by the space restriction. Then, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. The more he understood the space restriction, the more Lei Xingfeng was afraid. Therefore, he had the idea of not touching it if he could. He tried his best not to come into contact with the space restriction. After walking for a while, Lei Xingfeng found that the restriction nodes were more and more concentrated. It was also more and more difficult to avoid them. After retreating some distance, Lei Xingfeng felt a little better. He realized that it was very difficult to pass through this restriction without touching the restriction node. Fortunately, he still wanted to try his real body. Therefore, he wanted to try the feeling of breaking through. He originally despised this kind of breaking through without any skills. Now, he had no choice but to do so. When he released Lei Yin, he revealed his real body. In an instant, the entire restriction formation shook. Because Lei Xingfeng's real body was much bigger than before, more restriction nodes were touched. Almost at the same time when he released his real body, the restriction formation was stimulated to operate at full power. Lei Xingfeng's real body was 200 meters tall. When he looked at the restriction world with his real body, he felt that it was very narrow. Because of the size of his real body, he stepped into the underground river. Countless attacks began to form. Lei Xingfeng didn't attack. Instead, he calmly observed. For someone who was proficient in restrictions like him, he wouldn't attack carelessly. It was meaningless. He needed to find the key point of the restrictions operation, which was the restriction hub. Only by attacking here would he have the best effect. Countless attacks finally landed on his real body. In an instant, Lei Xingfeng only felt a slight tremor. Nothing happened that worried him. In the past, he was most afraid that his real body would collapse after an attack. Now, relying on the operation of the double-layered restriction, energy could flow out of Lei Yin smoothly. The most miraculous thing was the energy consumption. After receiving a wave of attacks, his real body's energy consumption was very low. Lei Yin was able to support his real body with ease. This made Lei Xingfeng feel very gratified. Finally, he didn't have any scruples and could fight without restraint. Soon, he found the location of a restriction hub. Lei Xingfeng smashed his fist at it. This effect made Lei Xingfeng dumbfounded. With one punch, the stone wall exploded. In an instant, a big hole appeared. Even if there was no lightning, this power was still frightening. Lei Xingfeng himself didn't realize that his strength had reached a terrifying level. After a few consecutive punches, the surrounding attacks were almost all swept away. By the time the restriction regathered its energy and launched another attack, Lei Xingfeng had already destroyed 3 restriction hubs, causing the entire restriction's power to decrease. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself, "No wonder I saw the restriction being swept away so easily. With their strength, they didn't even care about this kind of restriction. If it wasn't for the space restriction, those 2 cultivators probably wouldn't be afraid of any attack-type restriction at all. But they probably didn't think that if you don't understand the space restriction, no matter how strong you are, if you can't hit the target, what's the use?" Punching and kicking, in less than half an hour, the entire restriction was destroyed by Lei Xingfeng. This was using his own strength to forcefully destroy a rather powerful restriction formation. This made Lei Xingfeng very proud. He knew very well how powerful this restriction formation was. Even if Xing Feng came, he might not have the ability to destroy the formation so quickly. When the last restriction hub was destroyed by Lei Xingfeng, the illusion brought by the restriction completely disappeared. He looked back and vaguely saw Lei Xingyao's real body glowing green tree. He couldn't help but smile. He walked back with big strides. When he was near Lei Xingfeng, he put away his real body. Lei Xingyao was bored to death. She chatted with Blackbird and Lin Ling. Seeing Lei Xingfeng come back, Lei Xingyao happily put away her real body. She went up and hugged Lei Xingfeng's arm. She said, "You're back so soon. Brother, is this restriction very bad?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's not bad at all. If it was before, I might have to spend more time and effort. Now it's not a big problem." He loved this little sister of his very much. At this time, there were only a few people that he cared about. Lei Xingyao was one of the most important people. So no matter when Lei Xingfeng spoke to Lei Xingyao, he was very gentle. He said, "It's okay. We can continue." Blackbird landed on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and said, "Do you want the bird to scout the way?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Very good. You scout ahead. If there's any danger, tell us." Blackbird was very happy to receive the mission. However, it didn't know how dangerous this place was. It excitedly flapped its wings and said in the air, "The bird is going." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.